Are you struggling for consistency in your sim racing? Does your iRating look like a roller coaster? If so, we have good news for you. The way to get more consistent is to first understand what you're doing differently than the professionals. And VRS is the answer. With our competitive subscription, you will have the telemetry, setups, tutorials, and everything else you need to fully analyze your driving. Our data packs and the ability to compare your driving with the best in the world will show you exactly where to adjust your inputs, change your driving line, and shave seconds off of your lap times. And our powerful and precise Direct Force Pro wheelbase and precision pedals are being used by some of the world's best drivers. All these champions agree that VRS hardware is not just the best on the market, it's also priced well below the competition. So if you're looking to upgrade to direct drive and the best pedals in sim racing, VRS is your answer. If you want to get better, get faster, and make it happen sooner rather than later, you owe it to yourself to find out why so many people are switching to VRS. You'll be so glad that you did. Visit www.virtualracingschool.com and learn why the best use VRS.
Hello and welcome live on Apex Racing TV for the Champions Motorsports iRacing Team Endurance Series, sponsored by Penguin RC, for the final round here at the virtual track of Road America. Road America is a permanent road course. It is located midway between the cities of Milwaukee and Green Bay. The track is situated on a 640 acres near the Catamaran Scenic Drive. It has hosted races since September 1955 and currently hosts over 400 events a year. Road America is one of only a handful of road circuits in the world maintaining its original configuration, being 4.048 miles or 6.515 kilometers in length with 14 turns. The track features many elevation changes along with a long front stretch where speeds approaching 200 miles an hour or 320 kilometers an hour may be reached. One of the best known features of this course is the turn on the back straight known as the kink. We have had 5 rounds behind us and we arrive at the last round of this season here at Road America. In the LMP2 class, Satellite Racing has a 28 point gap over second place, but I think the real fight is for second, with a 4-point gap covering second to fourth place. In the GT3 class, we have a real battle on our hands for the top spot, with only 3 points separating Satellite Racing and TPRT mid-pack teams, so that should certainly provide a lot of entertainment. So sit back and enjoy the next 3 hours to see what will unfold. I am Andy Thompson, joined in the box with Dylan Christie alongside me, and we have Samuli Kumo in the production box. So welcome, Dylan, to Road America. Should be a good one, this one, 3-hour race.
Thank you, Andy, and I think there's no better place to decide the championship than at the beautiful 14-corner circuit that is Road America. There'll be plenty of passing opportunities, a lot of strategy, and a lot of good opportunities for drivers to make good passes out on this track, which is something that you don't always see in the long endurance races. But yeah, like you said, Andy, Satellite Racing in the LMP2 class with a massive gap, but I think that fight for second is really something we have to watch. We Too Fast Racing, Tempest Sim Sport, Obsidian Racing Future, all of them in it for that fight for second. And then in GT3, it's as close as ever between Satellite Racing GT, our championship leader who almost won our last round at Sebring and then had an issue with fuel on the last lap, making it really close for TPRT mid-packs, as they could really have a shot in this final round if they pull it together. this 14 corner circuit provides a lot of passing opportunities. Going into 12 Canada corner, I think will be a big one for some great battles, and as well as turn 1. And I think overall this is just a great track to run side by side in. Both LMP2 and GT3 have shown to race really well in this series. This is a series that drivers all seem to take very seriously, and it really shows out there on track. And I think that over the course of 4 hours, there's going to be a lot of good racing, hard racing, but also good sportsmanship out there. And I think there's a lot of good things to come in the next 4 hours to wrap up this series.
Definitely is, Dylan. And the LMP drivers will probably be thanking the stars that this is the last round, because like you said, this track at points is extremely wide, so the LMPs should be able to pass the GT3 cars relatively easy, apart from where they're going around now. So from after turn 5 probably all the way down to turn 11 in the kink, is probably the narrowest part on the track, but I expect to see some moves coming down to what is 11A, 11B, like you said, coming down into Canada corner. But there are some tricky parts out on track, Dylan, you know, namely turn number 1, certainly at the start of the races, always causes some sort of chaos around that. And turn 5 and 6, the sort of left-hander right at the end of the long Moran sweep, so they should certainly be interesting. And one of the corners probably very underestimated around this track is turn number 6. I find it very tricky because it's a blind corner. You're going up the hill and you can really get that wrong, and if you hit any part of the grass, it seems to be an ice rink up there and spins cars, so I might expect to see some of the GT3 or LMP cars making a spin around that part of the track.
Yeah, so as far as passing, I'd say turn 1, turn 5, and then turn 12 Canada corner are going to be your big places. But like you said, Andy, in the long run, turn 6 with that elevation, drivers are going to have to be careful and not overestimate or more underestimate that corner, as that could be disastrous, especially once tires age and drivers are playing the long game. That's not somewhere you want to make a mistake. The car gets really light going through there. You have a bit of a dip, and then it's a very technical section through 7, 8, 9, and there is still, it may not be the tightest circuit we've gone to compared to tracks like Sebring, but there still are opportunities for mistakes, so that's something that these drivers are going to have to watch out for and make sure to stay out of trouble for the next 4 hours. And I think that's something that provides a lot of potential to mix things up, in addition to the good battling we'll see here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, at the moment, just to give our viewers what the format is for this afternoon's race. So they're currently just coming to the end of the practicing, 9 minutes left of this. Then they will have a 15-minute qualifying session where they can do a maximum of 3 laps. So you probably see a big melee of cars out on track for the first round, and then quite quiet at the end. Then we go into the 3-hour race. There will be obviously separate class starts. There is a start zone, which I believe is halfway up the start-finish straight towards the start line, just as the pit entry starts. That'll be the start zone up to the end. We have seen quite a few of the front runners, and we have seen one of the pole sitters actually get a drive-through penalty due to not starting in the start zone, so pretty much need to pay attention to that. And then we got the 3-hour racing ahead of us, and like you said, Dylan, you know, there's some real close battles out on track. We had 5 grueling races on some of them. I mean, we visited tracks like Phillip Island, which is not really one for an endurance, but was a particularly good round that I did enjoy, and I didn't think there'd be that much passing or able to pass there, but it very much made for an entertaining track. And then we had obviously Le Mans, that's notorious for the endurance series, which was another really good one, a 6-hour race around there. So it's been really good this season, and a great track to finish up what has been an excellent season overall.
Yes, these drivers have really put on a show. I'm remembering last round at Sebring, a very tight, bumpy, and technical course. You would not think there'd be a lot of good battling there, but a lot of these drivers, especially in LMP2, really put on a show. I remember Obsidian Racing Future had a great battle with, I believe it was, forgetting the other team, but there was a really, really good battle even at Sebring, which is a more technical circuit. So, you know, I'll really be interested to see what happens with a more battling friendly circuit such as Road America. I think that the start is going to be something that drivers need to be careful of, though, because if you get caught on the outside of turn 1, that could not go well for you. And since there are plenty of passing opportunities, I'd say this is going to be a course for playing the long game. So we'll see how that plays out for these drivers. I'd say with the large amount of passing opportunities and open track that these drivers have around this long 2-minute circuit, almost 2-minute circuit, that there should be no need for any dive bombs on the start or whatnot. We'll see how that plays out. Of course, we always say in the beginning that there's no need to blow it on the start or go, try and win it on the start. But I think that, these are racing drivers. I could see the start still being an entertaining run. It is the championship deciding ground, and these drivers want to go all out.
They certainly do, and you can see the sort of competitiveness in the times in the practice sessions. The top 4 in the LMP2 is covered by less than 4/10 of a second, and then we have We2 Fast Racing, only 1.6 seconds. So the top 10 in the LMP2 class, relatively close, although Tuxedo Racing a little bit off the pace, and the TSC Deconi Racing team, but the rest of the field are extremely competitive here. And then we look at the GT3 cars, the top 2 within a second, top 3 within a second of each other, and then we just move down and relatively close, little bit of a gap there from 10th downwards, but you do get these pocket battles throughout these races, which is great. The different in standards that we do have out on the field today, will be entertained with races all throughout the field.
Yes, Andy, just looking at the LMP2 in practice right now, the top 3 are within a 10th of a second. Tempest Sinsport in the 92, and then Obsidian Racing Future in that 13 had quite the battle for the lead early on, and then that car in second went on to win the race. And they're all within a 10th of a second yet again, so we are set for some more interesting battles already, as we can see these drivers within a 10th of a second, and that just shows the amount of practice these drivers put in to get every little ounce of time out of the car around here. And then in GT3, it was really interesting as well. Last round, it was Satellite Racing had the lead and was set to win, and then had a fuel issue, and it came down to the very last lap, even in a long 3-hour race. So a lot of action-packed stuff happening in this series, and it's really nice to see that happen. I think that over the course of the race, when you would expect things to settle down and get more sort of straightforward and expect everyone to spread out, that's really when the action actually starts to happen, because then you have things like strategy, fuel saving, all the things that you don't see right away but play a major part in getting a good result, because you cannot win these races just off of speed. You need to have every one of your drivers on the same page. You need to be saving fuel, saving tires, and you can't make a mistake out there. So it just shows that in endurance racing, especially in iRacing, you really do have to cover every base if you want to come out of here with a win as well as a championship.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, strategy, we saw it. I forgot the team that actually went completely off strategy on the pit lane start in Sebring when we were watching that. But it really paid off for them, literally pitting halfway where the normal stop was, and really threw it into the mix and done an exceptional job. So, the strategy behind this, the endurance race, we've got the normal sprint races on iRacing that is an all-out gun from the start, just do whatever you can. But these endurance races are very much a team event. You've got to make sure, like you said, that your strategy is right, even down to who goes into the car first. Because maybe you don't want your fastest guy in there, but you want the consistent guy to go in first to give you that good platform then for the faster guys to go into. So there's so many permutations that can go on during the race, and obviously you've got to be thinking on the fly. And obviously it always depends as well, I suppose, where you currently lie on the track, and looking at who's around you to decide if you want to come in early. Certainly if you're an LMP2 car and you're coming up on the back end of a big long train of GT3 cars, and you're within 1 or 2 laps of pitting, and that's where your team behind you, or a strategist, which a lot of these teams seem to have, will make the call to say, right, let's get in early, get the fuel in, a lap early, let the GT3 cars get away so we don't have to try and battle with them. So, that's one of the things I love about it. I love about these races is that there's so much more than just the racing that goes on out the track.
Yes, Andy, I'd say that for these longer endurance races, it comes down to tire saving a lot too. The shorter sprint GT races that might have a pit stop in there. Of course, there's fuel strategy and whatnot, But for the longer races, you really just have to run on old tires for a long amount of time, and it almost makes it a different car to drive. It gets to a point, especially I'd say in the GT cars, LMP2 a bit, where the tires stop to almost stop to fall off, and you have to just keep riding them to try and get the most time out of the car without having to pit. So it almost makes the car an entirely different race car to drive. So it puts a lot of pressure on the drivers to adapt to a car that's really changing every lap with tires and fuel. I think that's something that will play a major part in this race in the long run. So we have 30 seconds left in practice before we head into qualifying, and more pressure on these drivers to have to perform a good lap within 3 laps. I'd say that's just at the point of where it's really tough to get it perfect, because if it was like an open qualifying, then you have plenty of time, you can find a draft, you can do something to get an edge. If it were a 1 or 2 lap qualifying, then it's really just about putting a lap together, and if it works, it works. But with 3 laps, it's just that amount of time where you don't. It's not like it's a 1 lap flyer. You still need to put a good lap in because you have 3 laps to do it. But it's not like open quali where you can look for a draft or whatnot. You really just have to get the most out of the car in the shortest amount of time as we head into this qualifying. And I think it'll be interesting to see, with the time so close, how things pan out in the start. Of course, it's a long race, but you really do want to start off ahead, because if you start off ahead, you can avoid all the trouble that comes with being in the mid-pack. And it'll be interesting to see with LMP2, with Satellite Racing, We2 Fast Racing, Tempest SimSport, your top 3, and then GT3, Satellite Racing GT, TPRT mid-packs, and then Sim Racing PR Blue, how they qualify and how that gives them an edge in this long 3-hour race. Because generally in endurance racing, it's long, but if it starts out good, typically it ends good as well.
Yeah, definitely. And one of the things I have noticed with the drivers that have taken to the qualifying, and if you have been following this series, currently watching the rather beautiful McLaren with his spitting fire. But what we normally see with that is Alex Gall is normally at the driving seat of the Satellite Racing GT3 car, but he's actually decided to go with the LMP2. So he is the driver in the LMP2 car for Satellite GT Racing. A bit of a surprise, because he seemed to be the linchpin in that GT3 class. So I'm pretty sure that the rest of the guys within the Satellite GT3 class, considering there are only 3 points in the lead within the GT3, it was a bit of a surprise when I saw Alex in the LMP, considering he has been the one that's always taken this McLaren out and pretty much stole the field in every race that he has started. But he is, as we can see here, is decided to go in the Satellite Racing LMP2 car, who have a 28-point cushion at the top of the LMP. Like I said, they're very much fighting. The LMP class is for second, with second, third, and fourth all covered by about 4 points. So that's certainly going to be an interesting one. So a bit of a change of tactics there, and a surprising tactics personally from the Satellite Racing LMP2 car. So it should be interesting to see what he can do in that. I mean, if anything, if he's as fast as he is in the GT3 car, I'm pretty sure he'll be out front like a rocket.
Yeah, Satellite Racing in their LMP2 class really are out to a big lead. I think all they really have to do is finish this one to win the championship. But if they don't finish, if it goes absolutely terribly and We2 Fast, Tempest SimSport score a win, they could get the championship, like hypothetically. But very likely, if Satellite Racing doesn't have any issues, they will walk away with the LMP2 championship. GT3, entirely different story though. Like you said, they lost their driver, and now that's probably good news for TPRT, knowing that the two are basically identical in points right now. First versus second would really be the difference. And actually, pretty interesting, if Satellite Racing GT were to finish in second and TPRT would have finished in first, they would be tied in points, I believe. And that would go to, I don't even know who that'd go to, because both of them would have 2 wins at that point. Of course, we don't know how this race will play out, but it's really interesting. Championship, when it's so close, all the things that could happen. And even Sim Racing PR Blue, if Satellite Racing GT and TPRT both have a terrible final round, then they could have an opportunity. And it's really crazy to think about how it comes down to the final round like this and can come down to one simple mistake even after 4, or I guess 5 complete rounds of 3-hour races. So I think there's a lot of good things to come, and it'll be interesting to see with the amount of luck and strategy and just driver skill and talent that goes into these races, how things will play out.
Yeah, exactly that. It's never over till it's over. I think this season has very much been at the forefront of that. Exactly like you said, you know, some of the drivers we've seen miles out in front and then have an issue and cause themselves to get down the field. So it's never over till it's over. And you know, one of the teams probably of this season is brand new that actually came in late is the Temper SimSport CMMS, previously #racing. You know, they came into the series, got a second, and then got 3 wins on the bounce, and really rocketed it up. So the only thing that's hampered where they currently are in the standards is the fact that they didn't attend the first round at Daytona. And even with that drop score, they are pretty much still in the fight at the top of the LMP. So it just shows the speed they have. And as we say that, they take provisional pole at the moment, half a second over RD SimSport 2 team in the LMP2 class. But you see there, look how close that is in the GT3. 0.02 of a second between Satellite Racing GT and the VG Racing Esports Academy team. That is extremely close.
Yeah, Satellite Racing GT catching a bit of a break with those extra 0.02 of a second, putting them on provisional pole as of now. Of course, we have 2 more laps to go, but a good start for them with Jacob, trying to find the name of who's on board. Jacob Mesajewski on board of that Satellite Racing GT car. They sit first right now in GT3. Tempest SimSport CMS had a 5-second lead, but now that's down to a 1/10 lead as opposed to 5/10 as Alex Gall and that Satellite Racing LMP2 sits a 10.5 behind in the LMP2 class. As Tempest SimSport CMS jumping up further, now 4/10 ahead in that LMP2 class. They sit P1 right now. That is Jorge Augusto on board of that car, putting down some great laps, getting in the 1:48s, which is very impressive for an LMP2 car, especially with only 3 laps of qualifying. Satellite Racing still sitting in the lead. No one seeming to challenge those top 2 right now. Looking at second in points, TPRT, they sit right now a little far back, almost a second back in that number 75. So they're going to want to put in a good time if they really want a chance of challenging Satellite Racing for that championship lead right now. And yeah, so Tempest SimSport CMS sitting first right now by a 10.5. Satellite Racing GT, your championship leader, about a 10.5 behind. We still have, I believe that's 8 minutes to go in qualifying, so a lot more still to happen. But a lot of quick times coming in from both the LMP2 class and the GT3 class.
Yeah, it certainly is. It just shows how competitive the field is. The top 5 in the GT3 all covered by less than 0.8 of a second, and in the LMP2 the top 4 covered by less than 0.8 of a second. And as we can see there, Tempest SimSport CMS GT3 team have gone to the top of the stands with a 2:02.455. I mean, that is phenomenally fast around here in a GT3 car. You know, 1/10 of a second faster than the Satellite Racing GT team. But like I said, I mean, it's really important, especially on this track, to try and get to the front of your respective grids, because this first corner that they go up to is just so notorious for somebody getting a spin. And with the close, compact nature that you have in first lap racing, is that if somebody in front of you has a spin, you're almost like a sitting duck behind you, and you just cause this domino effect going down the field, and can really put pay to your race. So you really need to try and get certainly at this track as far forward as you want. But one thing this series does do very well is it puts a caution in on the first lap, and the drivers are fully aware of a caution out on there. And on this track at the moment, it's all the way out from turn 1 to turn 11, so there's a caution out on track for all the drivers to not be too aggressive on that first lap, which I think is a really good call from the organisers to make sure that everybody can make it around this first lap, because being the last round of the season, the adrenaline is going to be high. Certainly the guys that are up there fighting for the positions, that they want to make sure that they get out front where they can, and you just got to subdue that instinct to just gun it and just think of long term about the race.
Yeah, it's a smart and interesting move by CMS to put in that caution on lap one. That's something that you don't typically see, but it does give good incentive to drivers to stay out of trouble in turn one, especially here at turn one. Road America provides good racing and passing opportunities, but that start, turn one, it's really hard to ride side by side there. If you're a car starting on the outside, that's really tough. That's really tough for you to start there on the outside. So that mandatory caution, that will bring drivers single file and give any opportunity to drivers who might have been involved in a wreck to recover. So I'd say a pretty smart move by CMS there to give drivers a good opportunity to recover if something does happen on the start, and leaves us with many cars still in the running over the course of this 3-hour race. I'd say that once the start is through, things should settle down pretty well. But of course, there are a lot of cars. We have I believe it's a 10-car grid in LMP2. No, sorry, 12-car grid in LMP2, and almost a 15, I believe 16-car grid in GT3. And it's a long race, so you would not want to get caught off on the start there. So that caution should provide a good opportunity for those drivers. Back to qualifying, GT3. Top three within 0.2 of a second, and then in LMP2, not as close as in practice, but Tempest, SimSport, CMS sitting about 0.2 behind Satellite Racing, LMP2. Those two fighting for that top spot, and a little far back to P3. Obsidian Racing Future, 0.7 off, but sitting P3 right now, and then it gets closer as you go down the list. So Satellite Racing, LMP2, and Tempest, SimSport having some good laps there, getting a solid margin ahead of the field. A little closer, those top three in GT3, but then again, a big gap down to P4 in GT3. And I think that's due to how long this circuit is. When you have such a long circuit and a momentum-based circuit like this, it's really hard to have it come down to hundredths like you would at a smaller, maybe more technical circuit.
Yeah, it certainly is. And obviously, one of the things you've got to be aware of, if you do pick up any sort of damage, you really need to try and limp the car back, because the tow around this place is quite severe. Not as severe as maybe Le Mans with the larger tracks, but will put paid to any sort of championship hopeful if you do have to return to the pit. So, all these things that these drivers and team, and then there's a lot of pressure that goes on to the team as well when you're looking at this, and the driver that's currently in the car, because he's the one, and I've been there, that you don't want to be in an endurance race, be the one that actually crashes your team out and causes you the championship. So you've got the added pressure of the cars around you, plus the added pressure of sort of almost carrying your team, being in the seat, the driving seat. But these drivers are well versed now. Obviously round number 6 here today, and I'm super looking forward to this Road America. A lovely track to finish up on, and I'm pretty sure that we'll see some incidents out on track, but we'll also see some brilliant racing in this final round. Only 3 hours, so relatively short for the drivers, considering we've had 6-hour races around Le Mans, for instance. But yeah, I think it's going to be a great race. I'm really looking forward to it.
Yes, Andy, I'd say that 3 hours here is not as many laps as you would think because of how long the circuit is, and that adds a whole nother element, because even though the race is so long, when practicing, when qualifying, you really don't see each corner that many times, and it's a while before you see each corner again, so getting in a rhythm is going to be really important here, as qualifying is almost wrapped up. Satellite Racing and Tempest SimSport sweeping the top 2 in both classes, with Satellite in LMP2 and Tempest in GT3. 3.5 second gap between first and second in GT3, and then another 0.03 back to P3, but then quite the gap, about 0.6 back to P4, and then P4 through 6, Sim Racing PR TPRT and CR Technis CMS within 2/10 there to separate P4 through 6. In LMP2, Tempest SimSport and Satellite Racing really stretching out the lead, and that really shows the how good the times that those two put down are, because there's 5/10 back to P3, but then P3 to P7 are within 4/10, and for a 2-minute circuit, I guess a 1-minute 48-second circuit in LMP2, it's impressive to have times be that close. And I think that's something we need to think about separate from qualifying, is the draft and how that plays a part on the start. Of course, Satellite and Tempest occupy your top spot in both classes, but if they get or if they choke on the start or have an issue, and the car in second or third gets a run on the start, that could switch things up entirely. As whoever, it's really not about who's starting on pole as much as it is who comes out of turn 5 in first, as that's when things will start to separate and clear out. So I think that we will see a very interesting drag race going down into turn 5 after that long back straightaway, to see how draft can affect things, how drivers defending and playing the long game versus trying to make moves, how that will impact the start in the long run, as we almost wrap up qualifying here. And as we finish up qualifying, we will head into our gridding up, as these drivers grid up to get ready for this 3-hour race.
Certainly will. So there's the end of qualifying. So we're just waiting for the grid to start populating. Plenty of time to discuss the grid and possible tactics, as they have a full outlap, I believe. So another 2.5 minutes, 3 minutes before probably this race will get underway, once the safety car gets off. But as we see there, some of the drivers starting to get into the field. So we'll take you through your grid here. So the LMP2 class, headed up by Alex Gill of Satellite Racing LMP2. So taking off where he left off in the GT3s in the LMP in the first place. In second, you got Jogi Gusko in Tempest SimSport CMS team. You know, the usual suspects, them two out the front of the field. In third place, we got Rafael Munez in the Obsidian Racing Future team. In fourth, we got the RD SimSport 2 team, ahead of the number 1 team in 5th place. In 6th place, we got SimHQ Motorsport Orange. In 7th, we got We2 Fast Racing. In 8th place, we got Tuxedo Racing. In 9th place, we got Craft Dinner Racing. What a great name for a team. In 10th place, we got TSC Deconi Racing. And in 11th place, we got Pneumatic Motorsports. In 12th place, we have Pneumatics Motorsports. What teams they are? Orange and blue in 11th and 12th there. So that rounds out your LMP2. So over to you, mate, for the GT3 field.
Yes, so going through the GT3 field, we have Tempest SimSport CMS, driven by Dogo de Souza in the GT3 class, starting P1 in the number 45. Followed by your championship leader, Satellite Racing GT, Jacob Majewski, 3/10 off, starting P2 in the number 68 to round out your front row. Sitting in P3, Rasmus Christensen in the VG Racing Esport car. P4, Miguel Cullen in the Sim Racing PR Blue number 21. P5, Jose Ramirez in 2Pi Racing team. They sit P5. Only 3 points behind your championship leader. We'll see how that unfolds for them. P6, Jorge Pinheiro in the SR Technics CMS car in the 222. Number 7, James Foster and Team Breakfade in the number 40. P8, Daniel Brennan, Sim HQ Motorsports White in the number 18. P9, Garrett Wilburn in the Sim Republic 318. P10, we have Brian Sabelski in the Can-Am Racing 2 car. P11, Tristan Martz in the 115 for Sim Republic SR2. P12, Triple R Racing, driven by Jose Jerome. P13, Phil Elmore in the Lone Star Endurance 1 car. And then P14, Brian's son in the 157 for Penguin RC Racing.
Yeah, so what should be interesting there is 13th and 14th, so Penguin RC, one of the main sponsors for this title, and the Lone Star Endurance. One team is very much of our Dave's accolade here, so I suppose the lights are still on, but still half a lap here to go around Road America, so iRacing getting in a little bit ahead of itself, but obviously just ignore the green lights. The race will be underway from the lead cars in both the LMP2 and the GT3. So that's Satellite Racing LMP2 will be leading off the race, or starting the race here, and in the GT3 it'll be Tempest SimSport. So the usual suspects at the top of both fields, the Tempest SimSport CMS and the CMS Satellite Racing. So it's going to be it. We looks like we do have a non-starter. Hopefully he can get out for the race, as you said him earlier. We've got Jason Lundy in the Pneumatic Motorsports blue team, currently sat in the pits in the LMP class. So he will have to get his way through the GT3s if he does come out to take this race. So well, hopefully that wasn't a schoolboy error and actually missed the the gridding up process here.
Yeah, that would be painful to miss the start so early. But as we grid up here, we can see the LMP2 field separate from the GT3 field, of course, to limit any issues that would happen on the start. Heading through, I guess that's the back straight. And this is where, when the race starts, I think going into Canada Corner, we'll see a lot of good passing opportunities as these drivers get ready to go. That number 67 Satellite Racing LMP2 getting up to the safety car there, giving him a little nudge, and should be a good race once we get underway.
Yeah, it will be. So we're just about coming around here to the end of the circuit, so only one more corner before they start up onto the start-finish straight. Like I said, the start grid is about halfway up from the start line to this corner, so it's literally just after the pit entry, I believe, where they go. But it's all down to Alex Gallin, the Satellite Racing LMP2, to get this underway. So backs up the field, really slows it down, just trying to catch a quick break if he can over the Tempest SimSport CMS team. So see if he can manage to get stuff, leaving it really late, right to the end of the field, and no, he's still holding it, and it goes. Great leap there. So he did catch Tempest SimSport CMS team napping a little bit. He sort of went up alongside him and then had to slow down, and then that's when Alex put the pedal to the metal and got there. So got a little bit of a lead, but Tempest SimSport CMS does take it. Oh, as we got an incident in the background. That tuxedo, is that tuxedo ready? No, that's pneumatic.
That's tuxedo.
Blue. It is tuxedo. Oh, first casualty. Oh, and another one. Obsidian Racing Future as well, coming down through to turn number 3, I think that is. So we've had 2 incidents already from the LMP2 cars. Let's see if the GT3s can make it clean at the moment. Not seeing any incidents in the GT3. Satellite Racing just tucked up behind the Tempest SimSport CMS team in the GT3 class. A little bit of a lead at the moment, so but very early days here as we see this. Oh, another one. Is that again? I think Obsidian Racing. So Rafael's not having a great first lap here, spinning out there down at turn number 5.
Yeah, that's tough early on for that number 13 for, and that's really tough for Obsidian Racing, and I think that's I'm not sure what happened there on the start. It looked like something further back, but he started, I believe it was P3, so that's really tough for him. We can see how close his GT3s are. Satellite Racing GT, Jacob was not able to make a move there. He wasn't far back enough, but that number 3 Rasmus Christensen thought about a move on Jacob Majewski there, and they still sit pretty close together. Satellite Racing GT, Jacob Majewski right on the back of Diogo de Souza as they sit basically in the starting order now. Very much cleaner start for our GT3 class than the LMP2, but they seem to have spread out a little. Well, I shouldn't say spread out, but they're at least sitting single file right now. But Satellite Racing GT, driven by Jacob Majewski, all over the rear of the Tempest SimSport car, driven by Diogo de Souza, as we ride on board with our race leader, Satellite Racing LMP2's Alex Gal up to a pretty substantial 2.5-second lead already. They really got the jump and caught the number 92 sleeping of Tempest, driven by that's Jorge Augusto and Tempest Sim Sport. They started P2, really choked on the start and fell back to P3. And I wonder if that had something to do with what happened to Obsidian Racing, because they started in P3 next to Tempest Sim Sport, and both of those cars seem to have lost. Of course, the number 13 of Obsidian Racing Future lost out quite a bit more. But I wonder if something happened on the start between those two, and we've seen it before in the last round. A bit of an issue with those two fighting for maybe that P2 spot. So it'll be interesting to see what happened between them. And but RD SimSport up to second right now from fourth, so a good start from them. Of course, 2.5 seconds back, and very spread out in our LMP2 class already. That start was very hectic, and that's where we'll see that caution that's coming in, how that plays a part in things. As we can see how messy that start was, that will really help bring things back together for the LMP2 class, help maybe make the racing a little closer. As we can see, that number 45, Diogo de Souza dropping the wheel there under tons of pressure. Jacob Majowski and that number 68 as they head into Canada corner. We'll see if Majowski is close enough to make a move as we go through the kink. A little aero wash in these cars, but not nearly as much as LMP2, as we can see him gaining there. And we can see how big the draft and the toe is in these cars as the top three sit within 0.4 of a second of each other. And I think that as we head back down to the main straight and turn 5 again, over the course of this race, if these three are able to sit nose to tail the way they are, it'll really add another element to this race as far as tire saving in the long run. Because I'll tell you what, it's hard to tire save by yourself, so it's definitely hard to tire save when you have a long line of cars behind you, with the top three being within 0.3 of each other. So we'll see how that plays out for them.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at that track map in the top left-hand corner, I mean, how much is that LMP2 within 2 laps completed in here just been absolutely split up? So you can see there, 1 to 3 are pretty close out on track as we're watching Christopher Hill of We Too Fast Racing in 7th place, just behind there. So you can see him on the track map there with all the GT3 cars in front of him involved in a lap 1 incident. So 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th within the LMP2 class, pretty much all at that lap 1 incident, so all behind the GT3 cars. And it does look like, I think we've got an early retirement, which is very unusual for this era. Tuxedo Racing, Doug Winter is not come out of the pits. They do get a fast repair within this, so I'm quite surprised he hasn't come back out there. But it's going to be a long day for Christopher Hill behind the We Too Fast 69 car there to try and get onto the back, because we can see the leaders now in the LMP coming up the start-finish line, you know, literally half a lap behind. It's just been obliterated, that LMP2. But on the flip side, the GT3 cars pretty much all still in a line. Must have been an incident with car 13 and 14th place, which is, who is that in the GTE class? I think that is Triple R Racing, I think it is, in 14th. No, it's Lone Star Endurance. So the two rivals, Penguin RC and Lone Star Endurance, there at the back of the GT3 field. But all pretty much in a nice long line, I would say. But it's going to be a long day for current 14th position in the GT3. Literally just losing track on slipstream, like you said. Dylan is super important around here, and if you lose it, you just lose time on the rest of the field. But it's certainly going to be interesting in the front half of this GT3, all in a real long line at the moment.
Yeah, it's must be frustrating for that number 69, We Too Fast Racing. Trying to see who's driving that car now, but that's very tough for them. You can see them. That's Christopher Hill driving that car. They had a really rough start, and you can see them really aggressively and almost angrily, you can tell, passing their way back past those GT3 cars to try and catch up to the front pack. Of course, it's a long race, but that's tough for them. I could tell they passed a GT3 around the outside of Carousel, which is a really tough corner to do anything on with other cars, and then they passed another car right after that in the kink. So yeah, so they're very much putting the pressure on to try and recover. As thinking about that championship and that battle for P2, they sit P2 right now, but the way it stands, Tempest SimSport, who sits right now in I believe that's P3 and LMP2, would be taking that second spot in the championship, and I believe that that would knock down We2 Fast Racing to third unless they have a good rest of the race and are able to get back in the mix. Lucky for them, I really would think that unless it goes really good for Obsidian Racing Future, that'd be as far back as they could be, because Obsidian Racing Future is the other car in that battle for second in the championship that is having a really rough race, because they sit in P10 right now. So yeah, you're really interesting. For your championship, P4 sits 10th right now, and P2 in the championship sits I believe that's P7 right now. So a really rough run for them. Of course, you want to just stay out of trouble in the final round, but when it's so close, you know, anything could happen. As we have, I believe that's, is that a lead change? No, I think that's just Satellite Racing, but really putting the pressure on those two. Yeah, he's definitely going to make a move soon. It's hard to follow with the amount of close racing, and we knew this would happen here. As we can see Satellite Racing GT in that 68 thinking about a move into turn 1. Maybe doing a bit of a fake out. I know that's what I would do, and then set up for a move in turn 5. Of course, even harder with an LMP2 car coming by. But yeah, Satellite Racing GT, Jacob Madusky is really having a good run here. We'll see if Diogo de Souza tries to defend or what. Of course, there's an LMP2 there too affecting draft, but Satellite Racing GT goes to the outside in that 68. We'll see if he's able to make this move, and no, he backs down. He plays the long game, and that may be something that's beneficial to him. It may actually be better to sit in second in this earlier part of the race, or maybe even third. Yeah, with that number 43 of Rasmus Christensen, as you're able to save fuel, and I think saving fuel is something that is massive here. I remember back when I raced GT3 at Road America, and my team would just tell me over the radio, no, don't pass them, sit behind them, save fuel. Use the draft to help save fuel and extend your stint with the tires, and I think that's something that maybe we can see Satellite Racing and VG Racing Esports are discussing with one another, how they can use Tempest SimSport and Diogo de Souza to help them save fuel and come out in the lead in the long game.
Yeah, definitely. But we have seen in previous races with Tempest SimSport thinking being at the front will use up a lot more fuel and still manages to do an extra lap than the rest of the GT3 field. So they must have some exceptional fuel saving ability on that Lamborghini out in front. But that Lamborghini was caught up there, as we saw on the last lap round. This corner that we're just watching about on track 13A was an LMP just got Tempest SimSport CMS off line, and that really gave the emphasis to Satellite Racing GT to close up the gap massively. What I think might be into play here is the current car setups, because I'm very surprised that the Satellite Racing GT weren't able to pull off that move coming down out of turn number 3 going down into turn number 5. He got a better exit, and as we saw, an LMP again pushing Tempest SimSport slightly offline, so losing a little bit of speed coming down to the area you're watching now. And Satellite was right onto the rear bumper of Tempest SimSport CMS and was still not able to make the pass, even though they had the overspeed coming out of the corner, plus obviously the slipstream effect. So that Lamborghini must have an extremely low downforce setup for the long straights here in Road America. And the thing with this one is there is that thing of the setups within these cars as well. But the thing with the Tempest SimSport CMS team being out front, if they have got lower downforce than, say, the Satellite Racing GT team and the VG Racing Esports Academy team in third place, it's an extremely hard part of the track to try and overtake around this narrow, twisty, as I would call it, section 2 of this track before they head out through the kink again onto the long straight. So, you know, this is really playing at the moment into Tempest SimSport CMS team. you know, considering the satellite racing team cannot make the pass done because of the difference in aero setups, and it seems to be evident. Or on the flip side, it could be that satellite racing GT team are just trying to fuel save and are just laying off. So they're the two scenarios that we're currently sat in, and it's anyone's guess, but I'm pretty sure it'll all come evidence when we get round to the first round of pit stops. So we would expect half an hour into the race, the LMP2 start coming in for their first pit stops, and around about an hour for the GT3 cars. Expect only probably one tyre change around this 3-hour race for the GT3 cars, and the same pretty much with the LMP2 cars. But one of these teams may be brave and just try to go the whole race on one set of tyres. I think it might be doable, but it'll certainly be sketchy towards the tail end. But you would save yourself over 20 seconds within that pit. So if we see cars close enough together, it'd be interesting to see if somebody tries to take up my tactic.
Yeah, it's really interesting with the Tempest Sim Sport and that number 45 running the lower downforce, and that really does give more incentive to stay in the lead. You're right, because with lower downforce, I feel like generally the aero wash is worse behind another car, and that could lead to more tire wear. And I'd say lower downforce in general is tougher on the tires because, of course, if there are wings pushing down the car and providing grip, and that takes the stress off the tires. And I think that Tempest really on the edge with this strategy, but like you've said, Andy, they've made it work in the past. It really does provide incentive to stay in the lead, as it will be really hard to pass a car that, especially here at Road America, has more straight line speed. And I think with the more straight line speed they have, and how hard it will be for anyone to pass them with that low downforce, it may be best to stay in the lead and just run as fast as you can. Of course, doing what tire saving you can, but making sure that that number 68 and 43 are staying behind you. Of course, we're talking about a close battle in GT3 as of now, but totally switching in LMP2 as we have we have a car go off in GT3. Was that our third place car? That was third place. So that 3-car train is now a two-car train, as we have the number 43. That's Rasmus Christensen had an issue there. Was that the kink? I think that was the kink, which is a really odd
just
place.
Before, I think it was.
Oh, was that carousel?
Coming out of the carousel.
That makes more sense. The rear just snapped around. That's really tough. He looks like he just clipped a curb and tried to counter it. And how reactive these cars are, it looks like the rear just went around. So that's really tough for him. You can see he has some front end damage. We'll see if he decides to come into the pits or stays out, but a really tough break for him as he dives into the pits there. That's tough. He was out of trouble, seemed to be in a comfortable spot, but this track bites if you hit it wrong. And like I was saying earlier with the older tires, and like we talked about, if you aren't being consistent and playing the long game, or even just if you get bad luck and get a bit of understeer, which could have happened, things could go tough for you. And that just shows how tough it is out there for these drivers to get it right lap after lap. So hopefully we can see a good recovery for that team to have them get back up maybe into the top 5 and score some points.
Yeah, definitely. As we can see out on track, it's a bit dark and the lights are coming on ablaze on the cars around the first half of the track all the way down to turn number 5, and then it sort of brightens up. And you were mentioning earlier on, Dylan, that obviously you've actually been to this track, and the different weather patterns that you can have around it. It's probably like the Nordschleife, where one half of the track could be raining and the other half could be nice and clean. But we did see, whilst you were chatting there, and we saw the spin for the third place, the leader, the satellite racing LMP2 car driven by Alex Gall, making his way around the GT3. So the LMP is already underway through overtaking the GT3 cars in this session as well. Just to let you aware, and you may see the odd thing popping up across the screen, is we do have live stewards for this event, and I was just looking at the stewards sheet earlier on for all the lap 1 incidents that we did have, and it looks like that the majority of them were all self-imposed spins, as no penalties were being looked at. But we did have a penalty there that was being investigated, so we'll see what the outcome
Ooh.
of that was. Oh, is that teammates? That is, isn't it?
That was a hard hit. That was really tough for that. If we could get a replay, that'd be great. As that car just completely destroys that that concrete wall there. I don't know what could have happened because that was a really hard hit and something you see in a practice section. Oh, well, that was clean. They dropped the wheel. Oh, that's tough. The rear just went around and that barrier's there. Luckily, his teammate was able to avoid that, thankfully. Otherwise, that could have been a really, really bad race for collectively. But still, must be disappointing as one car is down, and that's tough with these cars. They're not Formula cars, so while they do have downforce, going through those pinks and those almost full throttle sections is going to be tough in these cars as tires wear and whatnot. Like we said, the number 92, that Tempest SimSport CMS car under investigation with the number, there's a 78, which is interesting because that's a GT3 car. So maybe some trouble getting by them because they're having they're sitting further down now. So I wonder if maybe they had an issue with that number 92. But 92 and 78 are under investigation right now for something. So we'll see how that plays out, and maybe we can see what happened there. Well,
16 and 25 there are incident under review, so there's another one. But we have seen, and this has probably been the downfall of the Tempest SimSport CMS team, is that they are quite prone to, let's have a look. So can we see anything here? So this is a Lone Star, so this may be the incident. You see the car 69 there in front. Now he just takes the Canada corner a little bit wide. Luckily stays out of the barrier, so just a little bit too deep there into that corner. But yeah, so that's been the real big downfall, I think. If there's anything I could be critical about with the CMS team, the Tempest SimSport team, is that they're quite prone to getting penalties. I think at Sebring, I think they had 3 drive-through penalties. If my mind doesn't conk out on me, I think they had 3 drive-through penalty there.
Yeah, it was 3.
So yeah, I thought it was. So, you know, very much prone, and they were the ones that were fighting with the Obsidian ones, the one you mentioned earlier on. It was them who they were fighting with, and unfortunately, due to the drive-through penalties, it sort of put paid to that and gave Obsidian the emphasis on that sort of battle that was going on. So, be interesting to see what happens here, and hopefully they can keep it clean, because you don't really want a championship or positions to be decided through drive-through. You want it to be out on track, and I'm pretty sure all these drivers do, as well as we watch all the LMP2s now getting real mixed up in the GT3 classes. So we can see there, I mean, look at the lead that Alex Gall. It seems that whatever car he can get in, he is super quick at the moment. He is so far ahead at the moment of P2. You can see there he's going around turn number 1. P2 just going over the start-finish line, as we're currently watching Andrew Cheslock in the pneumatic Motorsports Orange, number 24 in 7th place. I mean, they've just stretched out in the LMP2 class, haven't they?
Yeah, so Satellite Racing, yeah, they've really just stretched their lead in dominant fashion, driven by Alex Gall. Great start, and yeah, totally dominating in that class. Tempest SimSport and P3 under investigation, and I'm just thinking they're sitting now pretty comfortably P2, so even if they have a penalty or an issue, all they have to do is really, I'd say, stay out of a crash, and they should really secure P2 in the championship in LMP2, because We Too Fast Racing and Obsidian Racing Future have all had pretty big issues on the start, so I'm sure they're telling Jorge Augusto in that car, just stay out of trouble, get through it, and claim that P2 in the championship. Things seem to be a bit more spread out. Of course, there's a lot of room around this circuit.
Sorry
as we have a drive-through. Yeah, that's tough for the 92. As I say that, staying out of trouble, they have a drive-through penalty, so they will have to pit and serve that. for avoidable contact with the GT3 number 78 of the Lone Star Racing Endurance team. So, you know, of course, it's not great to get penalties. You want to avoid getting penalties, but at the same time, they've sat P3, and this is not something that's new. So, I mean, maybe they can almost use that. Maybe they get new tires, more fuel. I mean, it's not great to get a penalty, of course, for any team, but that doesn't mean they can't do well regardless. Of course, they had three drive-throughs at Sebring, yet they still sit P3 in the championship. I'm gonna see where they finished in that round. They finished, I believe that was P4. They finished P4 that last round with 3 drive-throughs. And right now, all they have to do is stay out of trouble and finish P2 in the championship. So we'll see how they are able to recover from that. As really interesting to see now, P2 through 4 in the championship all have issues within the first 30 minutes of this race. Of course, a pretty big gap. Well, I guess not a huge gap to Sim HQ Motorsports, who sit P5 in the championship. But we'll see. Maybe they have an opportunity if they're able to stay out of trouble. Not sure where they sit. Oh, they sit P8 right now. So yeah, really interesting to see the LMP2s all basically have issues. Besides Satellite Racing, LMP2 had no issues at all and just completely walked away. I think they sit a 10-second lead right now, which is really interesting to see. Of course, they're doing extraordinarily well.
Huge after 13 laps as well. I mean, that's a massive lead in the class at the moment. But obviously, we can see out on screen now the Temper Sim Sports CMS team were right on the tails of the RD Sim Sports. But we're joined back up here for a 10th place with a passing move there with a triple R rating, managing to get past the Penguin RC around turn number 1. So these three having a really good battle. The Sim Republic. As I say that. Penguin RC Complex Simwork team being out there in I think it's one of the only Audis out on track as well. So unfortunately has a little bit of a spin there. Probably feeling that he wants to get back to Lone Star Endurance races as those two. Ooh, some serious issue there, and he goes back to the pits.
Yeah, that's interesting. He had an issue, went back on track, and then it looks like he had another issue. Just gave that wall a little bump there. And I think now he's back on track, so we'll see how he can recover from that. Got a little damage on the front end. Not sure why he hit a wall, but then he hit one again. So I mean, maybe they have damage, but the car doesn't look. I mean, of course it has some damage, but looks relatively. He's going slow. He is going slow.
I think he might have some steering damage. It looks like it is.
I would say steering.
You see on board here, let's have a look. We're extremely sensitive around the carousel here. Certainly will probably lift coming through the kink here. So yeah, you can see him, he's slightly steering to the left. So it does have some steering, so we'll be in this. So a bit of a bad one there. But I mean, it's just fine margins on this track between a killer fast lap and a killer lap. You know, we saw that there with the third place VGS Racing Esports, literally just touching the grass coming out the end of the carousel and getting spat out. And then we saw Brian there coming through turn number 3, just touching that inside grass and spinning the car around. So real fine margins around this track, whether you want a fast lap or you pretty much try and kill yourself out on the track. So it's them fine margins that win or lose a race overall. But we look out on track. I mean, we've got Temper Sim Sport CMS in the pit lane for their drive-through penalty, but they're extremely quick out on track. I mean, a 1:49.71 was his last lap from Jorge, which is the fastest lap of the race, so even quicker than our current leader Alex Gall. So like you said, we'll certainly come back out on track and should erode into anything lost. Currently sat in third place still, so it'll be interesting to see if we can get out in third, or if TSC Deconi Racing will overtake. So we see Jorge just coming out of the pits. It's going to be close. No, just manages to keep that third place. It just shows the lead, but as you can see on the timing tower there, it's literally, what, 13 seconds to try and make up over the RD Sim Sport team in second place. So the front two in the LMPs I've been given a given a break, really, shall I say, and well out in front at the moment. In this early stages, 27 minutes of a 3-hour race.
Yeah, the top three in LMP2 really spread out. Of course, GT3 is spread out too, but we've seen this before as they tend to spread out, or at least at Sebring, our last round, they tended to spread out a little more than the LMP2. LMP2 typically have been, I feel like, pretty close for such a fast car, but that's not at all the case this time. So we have a drive-through penalty for the number 25, RD Simsport. Was failure to lock brakes and they had contact. Okay, so they had an issue, probably maybe rear-ended another car with the brakes. So that's tough for them in the LMP2 class. As we go to a replay of that, see what happened to them. Andy, you want to cover this replay?
I'll try if it's going to show it to me. Technical difficulties as well. So we went sideways on track, didn't stop, and rode backwards into another car, which is a bit unfortunate. So a bit of a technical issue there on our replay, but that's just a slight little grimace there. So,
that's tough for them. Well, that's tough. I mean, if you get in a crash, you want to hold the brakes. That's really important, especially in a 3-hour race, or just I guess any race in general. That's not the type of crash you want to have. They sit right now in P8. They're going to have a drive-through. I'm trying to see. I feel like I thought they were in the championship. No, I don't think they're in the championship. So at least they're not in the championship. But that's tough for them. No real damage on that car though that I don't see. So that's pretty interesting. Going back to LMP2. This car seemed to be pretty spread out. Of course, now we're going through pit cycles, and it should make things a little more interesting. But looks like, yeah, we have a somewhat of a battle for 7th right now. I believe that's the number 16, 25, and 13. Yeah, they sit within sight of each other. We're seeing some pretty good pace. From that number 13 Obsidian Racing Future. They seem to be catching the 25 a bit. Of course, they'll have the draft down this back straightaway. A little more aero wash in these cars, so it is a bit tougher to make a pass, especially once the tires age. But that is probably our closest 3-car battle out on track now. You can see that number 25 of RD Simsport missing in Apex a bit there, and just, Obsidian Racing Future, they're driven by Rafael Reyes-Munoz right now, and they're all over that 25, so we'll see if they make a move there. Of course, that RD Simsport still has to serve their drive-through, but it's still nice to see cars close together out on this circuit, as it is a circuit that races pretty well as they navigate their way by that GT3 that had steering issues, and they're right side by side now. All right, so number 25 does have a drive-through, but is not going to keep themselves from battling Nolan Kinslow in that number 16 car, that Sim HQ Motorsports orange car that sits P5, I believe. No, sorry, P6 in the championship right now for them, and they're battling right now for that three-car battle for 7th right now. So Neil Ferrier serving their drive-through now as they head into the pits.
Extremely long. Oh, a bit of an issue there with DSE Taconi Racing coming to a little bit of contact. Was that with Craft Inner Racing? Yes, it was with Craft Inner Racing coming out of turn number 5 there, so losing a bit of ground, 5 seconds back, so a very costly mistake there between the two of them coming through turn number 5 with Craft Inner Racing coming off better. But I'm just having a look over YouTube chats there, and Dave Anderson, the organizer of this series, who's currently a team member in the Lone Star Endurance 1, is saying that the car is a bit underpowered after the incident with the prototype, which I believe was the Tempest Simsport CMS team, but they'll obviously try and get that corrected. But I don't know if it does correct engine faults with the fast repairs. I'm not sure actually, but it'll be a long day if that is the case. But losing a lot of power on this track on the straights is not a very good place to be in any sort of cars. We can see him there pretty much out on his own at the moment behind the VG Racing Esports Academy team in 11th, about 5 seconds behind them. With Sim Republic just behind him. We see him just come around the corner in the background there in the Porsche, 4 seconds behind him. So that gap will probably come down if the Lone Star Endurance 1 team do have top end speed damage. So hopefully that'll get sorted in the next pit stop. But it's still a long way to go in the GT3 cars for a pit stop. So you know, it might be advisable to just try a different tact and do what one of the other teams did and just go for halfway to get that repair damage, get a fresh set of tyres, fill it up and then go again, so you don't lose too much time, because losing top end speed on these cars, certainly with this track, it's probably cost you about 2 or 3 seconds a lap.
Yes, definitely. Going to GT3 right now, all the cars seem to be pretty spread out. We'll see how pit stops affect things and whatnot. Yeah, we ride on board with James Foster. That's the UK and 1 team right now. They sit all by themselves, and there are a lot of spread out cars right now. It makes it a little hard to evaluate what's happening. Of course, we do our best to read all the team strategies, but of course there's a lot of things you don't see as far as strategy and team communication that, you know, you might think it's all peaceful and spread out at this stage in the race, but really there are teams going back and forth, you know, working on tire saving fuel, and you really don't see till the very end how this all pans out. Trying to see if there may be any battles on track. I mean, the biggest passing is between the LMP2s getting by the GT3s. So you see James Foster here. He's got that VR headset that he had at Sebring as well. Gotta love those VR headsets. They make me totally sick, but you know what? I'm sure they make it more realistic if it doesn't make you sick. So, yeah, a lot of advancements in sim racing. So we'll see how.
We saw James, I think. We saw James last time, didn't we? And I think he was in that VR headset for well over 2 hours in Team Brake Fade. So big kudos to him. So stomach it for a short amount of time, but James very also got to watch out for them batteries failing on them, because if they fail, then pretty much you ain't seeing nothing. But we'll see James there with his mood lighting on again. Probably a bit of whale music in the background just to keep himself nice and calm around this track. But doing a sterling job at the moment in P7. At the time it says he's not that far behind P6, but I'm not seeing P6 out on track, so I'm not sure where that's coming from. But it's all good out on track. But we'll start seeing now. So here's our leader, Alex Gao, Satellite Racing LMP2, coming in for his first scheduled stops, as I thought, and I'm pretty sure we'll see a big long train now of LMP2 cars coming in. We've got the RD Simsport just behind him in second place coming in. Be interesting to see if third and fourth, but there won't be that many laps that the drivers can go over. In the LMP2 class is normally around about the 30 to 35 minute marker that they come in. So scheduled stops here for Art Racing in the LMP2 class. That's like racing, having a sterling job. Alex Gal, who you may recognise from usually being in the Satellite Racing, one and only Lone McLaren, but deciding to change affiliations to the LMP2s for the last round of the season, and certainly showing whatever car he gets into, he is extremely fast out on track. So we've seen, and we have, as we normally come to see, Tempest Simsports CMS team staying out for that extra 1 or 2 laps. So I don't know what they do with the fuel saving in that team, but they certainly have some advantage over the rest of the field. Just a quick shout out to the main sponsor of this series. Or as we see a little bit of I'll mention that in a minute, it is for P2, We2 Fast Racing, the Satellite Racing LMP2 car here. So obviously We2 Fast Racing have not pitted yet in this LMP2 class. So Satellite Racing really wants to get past him out on track, which we'll really roll into. So We Too Fast Racing did pit on lap 1, so probably took some more fuel then. So we'll do an extra couple of laps, I would imagine, in the front as we just see him go past the brake fade there. That's probably one of the things in this race, and that's why we're seeing the GT3 field stretch out as much as it has, is when you get LMP2 cars trying to overtake these GT3 cars, is that the GT3 cars very much get heavily put offline, and therefore lose a lot of time. So where we saw them originally all bunched up, we can sort of see now a big gaggle of cars from first all the way down to, say, 5th place there, relatively close, then a bit of a gap to 6th and 7th, and then a little bit more of a gap. So these LMP2 cars getting in between the GT3s are really pushing out, and that's, I think, why we've got these gaps caused now in the GT3 field, as well as obviously some offs in the background. But it always makes for interesting racing. Certainly if you hit the GT3 cars in the LMP2 cars after turn number 5, that's certainly a sketchy moments can be had, as we've seen a few instances there, as we see a couple of more cars here coming into the pits. We've got Tempest Simsports CMS just managing to do that one extra lap there. We Too Fast Racing in the pits, CMHQ, Motorsport Orange and Obsidian Racing Future all in the pits for their first scheduled stop.
Yeah, we had a large group of cars all diving into the pits around a similar time. Of course, it's interesting to see cars, all bunched together on such a long circuit with pit stops thrown into that as well. Riding on board that number 92, they come out of the pits. I believe they come out in 3rd right now. So good recovery from them for that drive-through as they sit in P3 right now. Of course, pit stops all cycling through, and we really won't see how it plays out and how strategy plays out till they all cycle through. But as of now, we have, it's number 13, Obsidian Racing Future, We Too Fast Racing, all in the pits right now. Sim HQ, PN Pneumatic, all in the pits now, getting fuel. Probably not getting tires yet, as that takes up more time in the pits. They're probably sitting on all tires yet. There could be a whole bunch of strategy that different drivers could be taking, and it makes that so hard to evaluate strategy until the very end. But just know there's a lot of thought going into each of the very different strategies that these drivers and teams try to get an edge. Riding on board with Diogo de Souza, that number 45 for Tempest Simsport. You'll see where they sit points right now in GT3. Tempest Simsport, they're not really in the championship. It's still dominating this round as of now with a 4-second lead right now, but they've done very well. That car we had talked about earlier being in a pack of 3 has now seemed to sort of break away from that pack, running that lower downforce, more straightaway oriented car, and we'll see how that plays out. That low downforce really been working well for them. Not really seemed to have been affecting pace on the older tires, and have really stretched that gap as they have done in the past. Satellite Racing GT been doing their best to stay behind Tempest Simsport. They're driven right now by Jacob Majowski still, as they get passed by LMP2. They're still sitting P2, not really putting the pressure on anymore, but still staying within a 4-second difference with the Tempest Simsport car. Those two have been sitting 1-2 now for 45 minutes into the race, so impressive by them, and Satellite Racing GT really doing their best to just put on the pressure. Of course, I'm pretty sure they have looking pretty good for them now. I mean, they're sitting 3 points ahead in the championship as of last round, but now if they can get P2, that's all they really need to clinch the championship in GT3. So I'm sure they're all telling Jacob Majowski over the radio, just hang in there, don't do anything that you don't need to do, keep putting the pressure on, but just stay out of trouble is probably the message they're sending him in that car, because as of now, 2Pi Racing, who sits sitting 3 points back, they sit in P4 right now with quite a bit of time to P2. So they would really need something special, or maybe an issue by Satellite Racing GT if they wanted to steal the championship on the final round. They're driven by Jose Ramirez right now. I believe both cars are putting down good times. Last lap by Jose Ramirez is a 2:03.6, and then I believe that's a 2:03.6 as well by Jacob Majowski. So both teams running similar pace, but quite a bit of a gap in time between them. Bit spread out, but still an interesting battle with two teams that are basically identical in points in the GT3 class. And this championship's always been close in GT3. Those two both racking up the wins in second places over the course of the season that have led to them being so close in this final round. And I think that's really due to consistency. These drivers have been incredibly consistent. These teams, you rarely see them having issues, and that's something that is really important for endurance racing here. As we go to LMP2, I think there's a little bit of a battle, maybe a second difference. Tempest Racing SimSport in that 92. Oh no, here's our battle. Yeah, so that's as we go back. So nose to tail, that's Sim HQ Motorsports Orange, and the number 13 Obsidian Racing Future. We saw them pretty close. I believe it was the 13 battling with the 25 earlier, but now that 13 all over the rear wing of the Sim HQ Motorsports car driven by Nolan Kinslow. Rafael Ruiz Munoz not doing great as far as position with that team right now, but both of them still battling, and he does have good pace. I believe he's put down a 151.04, which is only 0.2 off of the fastest time right now, and quicker than our race leader. So I'm sure they're anxious to get by that Sim HQ car and move up in the order. Of course, we still do have 2 full hours left in this race, so a lot could happen. And really tough start for Obsidian Racing Future as to why they're so far back, but they're still putting on the pressure. They're still giving it their best effort, and that will hopefully lead to them moving up in the field right now. That's so we can see with the older tires, there is quite a bit of aero wash in these cars. You can see going through carousel and the kink, that gap that Sim HQ was able to get on the Obsidian Racing Future car, and but just like that, they catch back up. And with the aero wash and the old tires, it really is hard to make a pass here, even with the amount of opportunities and straightaways there are here. So really giving credit to Rafael Munoz for putting so much pressure on with how hard it is with aero wash and older tires to pass in these cars.
Yeah, it certainly is. Obviously, Obsidian Racing Future trying to make back from the early mistake in lap number 1 that put them into the pits with damage. So they needed to go up. That's sort of why they are currently in P8 at the moment, but trying to make up. But with the current lap timings that they are doing, I'm pretty sure that they will be back up with the front pack within the next hour or so. Doing quite well there, Obsidian Racing Future, after its early mishaps on lap number 1. Pretty much half the LMP2 field, if you're just joining us, had a bit of an incident on that opening lap, and we had the field pretty much split in 2 after the first lap. So there was about 5 or 6 cars, LMP2 cars, that were behind the GT3 cars that have had to fight their way through that and then try and get onto the back of the leading LMP2 cars. But as we can see in the timing tower at the moment, you've got Satellite Racing LMP2 currently out in lead, your leaders, with a sizable gap at the moment. RD Sim Sport 2, 15.4 seconds after 25 laps, 46 minutes of this race. Then we have a slight gap back in third place to Temper Sim Sport CMS, who had a drive-through penalty that they had to serve. So to be only 17 seconds behind the RD Sim Sport was 25. So eating into that time difference between themselves and RD Sim Sport. Oh, as we've got pneumatic orange there, Andrew Cheslock. I think that's turn number 5 there, coming a bit of a cropper. So I'm not sure what happened here. So let's have a look. coming down the straight. That's Lone Star Racing just in front. Makes a move to the inside. Gets to the outside. Does he clip the grass? Ooh, wow. Okay.
Rear lock up there.
Very strange. Obviously put too much brake on there into turn number 5. Luckily didn't do any damage. Just a little bit of a dent to his pride there. That is Andrew Cheslock of Pneumatic Motorsport Orange.
Yeah, I wonder if, thinking back to what I do on iRacing, maybe they were moving the brake bias further back to try and compensate for some understeer. And that's really great to actually help get rotation in the first half of the corner, just dialing the brake bias back. Oh, there we go. Late lunge, they thought about it. Obsidian Racing Future still working on that 16. But yeah, we could see some rear lockup heading into the brake zone, which is interesting to see. So these drivers must be playing with their brake bias. One of the fuel tools you can use out on track to help counter any handling issues. So I wonder if he just maybe they went a little too far back with the rear brake bias and just locked those rear tires, resulting in them turning around, which is something that don't see as much in real racing, but more so I feel like in the sim you can really use brake bias to alter any handling issues. It's a very easy fix, as we're back with that number 13 all over the back of Sim HQ Motorsports Orange. Our two drivers, Nolan Kinslow and Rafael Munoz. Those two have been battling like this for quite some time now, and we've kind of been waiting to see if Obsidian Racing Future, if Rafael Munoz can maybe make a move. They've thought about it, done a few fake outs there, but really just doing the best they can with that as we ride on board with trying to see what's happening here. Right on board with the 69 right now. We Too Fast Racing.
Yeah, I think
right now.
I think they just made a passive move over Craft at Dinner Racing for position.
Oh, I see.
So We Too Fast Racing moving up to 4th overall in the LMP2 cast, with Craft Dinner Racing sat in 5th place. So I'm pretty sure this battle might ensue, but it looks like Christopher Hill's managed to find a bit of speed in this LMP2 car and slightly pulling away from Craft Dinner Racing behind him in 5th place. So that's a change of position. So, like I was saying before, Penguin RC Simulation, who's one of the title sponsors of this championship, create high-performance driving accessories at reasonable cost. Penguin RC Simulation, we produce wheel and button boxes along with specialized equipment such as e-stops for direct drive and soon-to-come iFlag device. Oh, okay.
Got a spin there.
A little bit of a spinner. Is that in my famous corner? Yes, it is. Turn number 6. Obviously took it out. So head over to www.penguinrc.com for more information on the products that they can provide for you. But as we saw there, I think that's probably our first spinner around turn number 6, and I'll probably expect them to be rounding around this time that turn 6 will start coming into play, because it's when the tires get warm that turn number 6 really becomes an issue. Because you're trying to get your turn in on that, it basically pushes you out onto the grass, and as soon as you come out onto the grass, that's when you get a lot of the issues.
Yeah, it's an uphill corner, and you really need to do your best to get rotation through there. There we go. There's the pass that Obsidian Racing Future and Rafael Munoz have been waiting for, as the number 16 thinks about getting it back in turn 2. Both of them getting a little grass there, so really interesting battle between those two. Looks like Rafael Munoz has got himself a little bit of a safety gap there, as Nolan Kinslow tried to throw it in again in 2. Maybe if you wait for turn 5, maybe he could have had a shot, but it's so hard to pass at this stage in the game with these cars. And like you were saying about turn 6, Andy, going uphill, there really is a really high chance for understeer. And I think as the tires age and the car gets more towards the side of understeer, it becomes increasingly harder to get rotation out of the car. And I think what we see with the issues in turn 6 is drivers failing to get the car completely rotated by exit, and that's when we see them clipping the curb still with wheel in the car, and that's when the rear steps out and turns around. It's a weird phenomena of a sort of understeer or oversteer happening as a result of understeer and the car not rotating, and that's something that we've seen really in most corners by drivers around this track. So it's interesting to see that happen, and the effects of tire wear, and seeing drivers do different things to help combat that. You can see like is probably brake bias would be a big way to help get rotation out of the car, and I'm sure these drivers are playing with that. But as the tires age, I'd say dealing with understeer with the way these curbs are is going to be a big game changer for a lot of drivers. Going back to that pass in LMP2, We2 Fast Racing up to P4, and what that means is We2 Fast Racing, who sits second in the championship, are sitting right behind Tempest SimSport, who is only a point behind P3 in the championship, and also P3 out on track. Those two, Tempest SimSport, as of now, I believe would be P2 in the championship, but both those two are only a point apart in points right now. So we'll see how that affects the championship. Of course, on track they're very separated, but close in the championship, close out on track, and coming down to the very final round, and looks like the very last position, unless some things switch up from them. Of course, We2 Fast Racing had an issue earlier on, had to work their way past some lap cars on the start, and they seem to have made a pretty decent recovery. I mean, up to P4 from, I believe it was P9, and hustling by GT3s. So good recovery from them. They're driven by Christopher Hill right now, who had a 152.3 last time by. Of course, it's they're probably on older tires. Bit of a time gap, like a second and a half gap in lap time from the leaders. We'll see if they record a quicker time next time by. But as of now, they'd be sitting P3 right now in the championship. They are P2 as of last round, and we'll see how that plays out.
Yeah, certainly will. But we've spoke to the guys from the We2 Fast Racing. We had them all in the box recently just to chat with them, and I forgot what the strategist there, but the guys, Chris, and that were paying homage as we watch now the GT3 cars coming in. So there's your second place overall. The Satellite Racing GT coming in for their first pit stop, as well as SR Technic CMS there in fifth place. But yeah, that We2 Fast Racing guys, all about consistency from them. They just keep. They're not the fastest out on track, and they're willing to admit that. But what they certainly make up for in overall race pace is the consistent of being consistently just under the times of the front players. So any sort of incidents by anybody in front of them guys capitalize on them, and we've seen it quite often. And obviously where they're currently sat in the championship is that they pick up very consistent points round after round. And when you're looking at endurance racing, that's certainly where you want to be when you're doing the endurance racing. Yeah, you can have one good race where you win the race, but if you have two terrible races after that, then it put pace to your championship. So the We2 Fast Racing guys think long term rather than race by race. It's like, where do we want to be at the end of the season? Right, we just need to keep it nice and consistent. Let's not make silly mistakes and get drive-through penalties, and just be consistent out on track. And it's certainly shown that they've actually got it and nailed it down pretty much to a T. See Taconi SC Racing coming off round Canada corner there. So maybe that was close to another LMP car coming around. So might have been involved in a GT3 there coming up, hence why he took that extended line through Canada corner trying to make a pass. Not the probably best place to pass a GT3 car, or right onto the apex of Canada corner, but managing to keep it nice and clean and get it out. But Tempest SimSports CMS team, the number one position in the GT3, come in for their first pit stop, a whole lap after the rest of the field, which is pretty much what we come to see with this Tempest SimSport team.
Yeah, a bit of an issue there for TSC Tagoni Racing. Haven't talked about them much. I believe they're driven by trying to find the driver of that car right now. That's Matteo Scatura. But yeah, going back to GT3, we have more cars coming into the pits now, and that's a good battle here. That's the number 16 now moving his way up past that number 11. So TSC Tigoni Racing falling down the order a little bit. No damage, thankfully. They're almost very close to some damage as they rejoin there, but no harm there, as they only lose 2 positions and maybe work their way back up past Sim HQ Motorsports Orange in that 16 car. Obsidian Racing Future, they had a tough run, but they're back up to P6 right now, and they've shown good pace throughout the course of this series. A little far off on pace, about 2 seconds off, but they've done a good job recovering, I'd say, so far. As we have a car go off, is that the Brian Blinkett and the Team Brake Fade Racing number 8 car. They go off track there. Tough. No damage, it looks like, but just a little grass there. No harm done. We'll see how they can recover from that, but they seem to be all clear as far as cars around them, which is maybe a good time to go off. I'd want to go off if there was no other cars around me, so good to see that recover.
So it's one thing you're looking at with the new time models that they put on these GT3 cars. I mean, when I race in the GT Trophy, which is just an hour-long race in the McLaren, I really feel the tyre wear and degradation from 45 minutes onwards. So this new tyre model has sort of shook up the GT3 world in the amount of time, and I think that's maybe what we're seeing here. The tyres are starting to slightly go off, so they're going to have to adjust the way that they race around this track to get the maximum speed and still try to keep the tyres alive for the 2-hour stint that they want to do. So it's all about being consistent, because if you start scrubbing your tires, going offline, you're going to put a lot of excessive wear on these tires, which will make for a few more incidents, and I think that's what we're seeing out on track now. A few more little mistakes by the GT3 drivers going into certain corners, because these tires could be getting a little bit worn, because there are some extremely fast flowing down. To look at the kink, the right-hander, which will put a lot of pressure on the left-hand side tyres. Turn number 1 again is a fast right-hander, again putting a lot of wear. So the left-hand side of the cars and the left-hand tyres front and back will be taking a lot of the brunt of these fast corners as they get loaded up going around them. So it may be that it might be advantageous to change the left-hand side tyres. We dropped Brian again coming out of Canada corner down the long straight, out of the kink coming down to Canada corner, getting it slightly wrong, managing to save it there. You wouldn't tell he's just gone off the track there, Brian, as he's always cool, calm and collected in his webcam. Just looking at somebody drives as Brian. But you never see this any emotion from Brian, but a close call there, because that could be a race ender. I've seen some spectacular spins coming out of that kink, just going onto the bottom straight. Some spectacular accidents going down there, but managing to save it and living on for another day.
Yeah, so he did lose a spot there from the off track, but the most important thing is he hasn't got damage. At least I can't see from here. Just a bit of grass. You don't typically get damage from going in the grass here, so that shouldn't be too harmful. I wonder if maybe that has something to do with just adapting to the tires aging and trying to have them stretch out the life of the tires. Has something to do with the off tracks, and of course that's not uncommon in a GT3 to try and get the most out of the stint of the tires and just have the understeer be so great that it's hard to get the car rotated and to make it through lap after lap without some grass. So nothing uncommon there. And I think that the longer you go out on the tires, the greater the risk is for mistakes and for ending up in the grass or maybe even a wall. So that's something that I'm sure the team and driver are communicating about back and forth about, not only how long can you stretch the tires in regards to speed, but in regards to risk management and staying out of trouble. And I think that, risk management is something that gets really, really important as the tires age, because the car becomes increasingly less predictable because it's losing grip. So essentially, it's yeah, very close call there. You could see just I wonder if that has something to do with tires. That's Sim HQ. Trying to find that's the number 10 GT3.
It's the 18.
It's
Sim
the
HQ
18.
White. Yeah, Sim HQ White there.
Sim HQ White.
I think it might be that Brian, obviously, his last couple of laps coming out of the kink has made slight mistakes, so probably went a little bit slower than he normally does. And the Sim HQ Motorsport White, who was all over the back of the team brake fade there, just capitalising on the indecisiveness of Brian there, or basically letting off coming around the kink to just make sure he can get his confidence with that corner again and capitalise on there and getting the position done. So team brake fade there, moving down to 10. Sim HQ Motorsport White moving on one place to number 9.
Yeah, so team brake fade falling down the order a little bit there. You could just see the there's understeer definitely. You could see the car goes towards understeer, and just making it harder, it becoming harder to rotate as the tires age. And then on top of that, these exit curbs at Road America, you can use them, but you really want to be pointed straight when you go over them. Otherwise, the car can step out and be unforgiving. So that's something as tires age, you really have to watch those exit curbs. Going through turn 6 now, you can see you can get over the curb, but you can see it's just using a little curb because you really have to be careful. You have to be careful because, you know, it may be quick to use the curb all the way, but it's very unpredictable in a long race. That may not be the way to go. So we can see it's number 18 pulling away pretty quickly. I wonder if that has something to do with tires, or maybe that's just pace. I mean, it's a little hard to tell. GT3s though, generally pretty spread out, pretty calm. Not many big incidents in a GT3, which is sort of due to the experience levels of these drivers and just playing the long game. As we maybe have a bit of a battle here. We have the number 4 and 21. No, the number 21 sits in third right now. That's Sim Racing PR Blue, and they have the 04 on the back of them. I believe the 04 is a lap down, possibly. Trying to check that. Yeah, they sit. Oh, we have an off track there. That's P5. That's Tommy Kogan and the number 721. That's Craft Dinner Racing. See what happened there. Get some curb in 1. Oh no, that's going through 7 down to 8. And yeah, just car could not get rotated, got a little grass, but seems to have rejoined the track. Minimal issues there, and are we right on board? We missed a pass. We're gonna pull that pass up. That's yeah, on the number. That's the number 45 on the 21. So yeah, so that was a battle for a third. I wasn't sure. I saw a 4, but that's the number 45 making that pass for third. That was that a pass for fourth? No, pass for third. Tempest SimSports DMS getting up to third, and an LMP2 shooting by both of them at the same time. So still some battles happening out here, but that Tempest SimSport driven by Diogo de Souza up to P3 now. But SimSport Blue, Miguel Cullen not letting up those two sitting nose to tail now, and that'll be an interesting battle for P3 that we see. Of course, may be hard to get back by that Tempest SimSport car. They have that lower downforce, which will make it a lot harder to pass and a lot harder to be passed and a lot easier to make a pass. As we can see, it's closer in the corners. The 21 was a bit closer in the corners, but really is not making up a whole lot of ground down this front straight, probably due to the lower downforce package that Tempest SimSport team have elected to use. We'll see. Maybe the 21 gets a good run into turn 5. Still a little far back, but yeah. Typically, I'd say the draft would get that 21 up to the 45, but with lower downforce, he's really just not making the same amount of ground as you'd expect there.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at the pit stop timings that we do have. So Temper Simsport CMS, who were our leaders in the GT3, were in the pits for 56.67 seconds. Everybody around them was about 41, so it sort of maybe indicates that maybe Temper Simsport CMS took some tyres on that last pit stop. Obviously, certainly didn't change drivers there, but 56 seconds is considerably longer than the as we watch LMP make a slightly bit of contact there, and that may fall into the Sim Racing PR blue team, who are right now on the back of the SimSport CMS team. Maybe be able to slipstream down here, down the Kettle Bottoms, coming down into Canada Corner, so we'll stick with this right on the rear bumper, but we know the speed of that Lamborghini, and as we see there, Sim Racing PR blue just backs out from that. Yeah, but that's probably a classic experience of LMP2 cars, and how much they get the GT3s caught offline, and how much time they actually lose when they go around the corners. But yeah, the pit stops are very interesting. You've got VG Esports Academy only stopping for like 14 seconds, so taking a little bit of fuel. Our first place team at the moment, the Satellite Racing GT, done 29 seconds. So it's about 26 seconds extra for the Temper Simsport, who were quite a way out in front of the GT3 class, who now got that extra tyres, and if they did take them tyres, we should be seeing that in the timings that these guys are setting out on track. But certainly very strange that they took a lot longer in the pit stops than anyone else around them.
Yeah, they had a bit of a lead, didn't they? But now they're number 45 sits in P3. I wonder what happened to them with that. I thought for sure that the number 21, Miguel Cullen, would get by the 45. He was all over his rear bumper in the kink, but then going into carousel, he didn't really put up much of a fight. I'm just thinking back to fuel saving, and maybe that's what he's thinking. But really, he's all over. Yeah, so the number 21's all over the 45, but he hasn't really made an attempt, it looks like, to stick his nose out and make a pass. Pace is quite a bit better by the 21 too. I mean, he's a tenth quicker on lap times last time by, running at 2:04.6, but he's all over. So that's, despite aero wash, still a tenth quicker. I'd say that's pretty good. We can see most cars are spread out around here, but despite that, the 21 is all over the 45. We'll see if maybe he makes a move here. He's not really looking to make a move. I mean, he's close, maybe not really close enough to make a move. If it were the last lap, maybe he'd try to make a move. But oh, that being said, we have a battle here. That's for P10. It looks like the number 10, Brian Sabelski, up to P10. Knocking that team brake fade car, which has had issues, down to 11th right now. It's an interesting place to go by. It looked like he went by in turn 8. I think like maybe that was the outside. That's such an interesting place to pass from the outside of turn 8. That's such a line sensitive corner. But maybe that number 40 team brake fade car having some pace issues there as they started P8 and have now fallen down to P11. They're running a 2 minute and 5.4 right now, which is a little far off, and we can see how long these drivers are extending. These teams are extending the tire life, as teams are running 2:04s and 2:05s now, which is almost like 2-3 seconds off at their qualifying times. So we can see how much fuel and tires definitely make a difference around here. We'll see if maybe with some newer tires through a pit stop cycle, if that number 40 can recover, maybe get some pace back and move their way back up into the top 10.
Yeah, as we see the VG Racing Esports Academy in the pits, bit out of sync due to that earlier incident they had coming out. As we see Brett Fake getting a little bit of a contact there going into turn number 1, getting pushed out wide, managing to save it, not cause any damage, but Brian certainly been in the wars in this race at the moment, and going the wrong way down in P11. But as we see there, the VG Racing Esports Academy 24 seconds behind the brake fade team. So that obviously was the earlier incident coming out of carousel where they spun was the VG Racing Esports, who were running in third place at the start of this race. So trying to do a bit of a recovery there. But, you know, it may pay off for them with being so out of kilter with the pit stops. It may come good for them at the end of the race. So we'll have to keep an eye on that, considering they're going to be on a different strategy. But again, Sim HQ White, who were fighting with... who were they fighting? They were fighting with...
the 18 and is that maybe the 38 they were battling with, and he just maybe clipped an exit curb and just turned it. Maybe get a replay up front for him. See, has some. Yeah, I see it says some rear wing damage there. We'll see what happened. Going through turn 8 now. You have the number 13 going by. Oh, that's tough. That's tough. That's oh, what's that LMP2 team? That's Obsidian Racing. So Obsidian Racing going by in the carousel. Tough place to pass. Maybe just a miscommunication there, and that has made it really tough for the number 18 Sim HQ team. We've seen a few incidents now with GT3s and LMP2s. Of course, there are passing opportunities here, but it is still tough. There's a lot of communication that goes into the LMP2s and GT3s working by each other, and that's something that is really hard to perfect. You really have to read the other driver and what they're doing. If you're a LMP2, you need to make sure that GT3 is not gonna turn in and knows you're there. And if you're a GT3, you need to kind of be watching your mirrors, because there will be LMPs coming up behind you in some weird corners, and you have to make that decision. Am I gonna take the corner? Or am I gonna let them by? And it's all about playing the long game, as we still have this battle for third right now. I believe, yeah, between the battle for second now. So that's battle for second with the number 45 and 21. Still sitting nose to tail. That number 21, Miguel Cullen, not really making a passing attempt yet, but probably getting some good fuel saving done behind that 45. And yes, the 45, that's Tempest Simsport, had a pretty solid lead before, but has fallen back to P2 and is quite a ways away from P1. I believe they're 20 seconds back, which is that's quite the gap there. But as of current, they sit in P2, going back to the championship. And Satellite Racing GT, that team has kind of probably gotten their hopes up, or I'd be happy if I were them at this point in the championship, as they are 20 seconds ahead and they sit P1 in the championship. 3 points behind, but if they can get this win, that's the championship for them. So that'd be good for them, as we ride on board with Harry Maynard and the number 26. They sit in third right now. That's RD Simsport 2. They have quite a bit of clear track, as our LMP2s have been pretty spread out. Minimal drama. Minimal drama for them.
So it certainly seems that way. Obviously, we've just seen there the LMP2s coming in for their second scheduled stop here at Road America. But yeah, I've just got a sneaky feeling that Tempest Simsport CMS might have had a penalty when they came into the pit stops. You know, with their pit stop being so out of kilter from the rest in like 16 seconds, I wonder if they got a speeding penalty coming into the pit lane. You know, considering they had a really strong lead, to now to be around about 20 seconds behind the Satellite Racing GT, and a speeding in the pit lane is around about a 40-second hold. So that may have what's happened to Tempest Simsport CMS. I'm only trying to think outside the box, because they were flying at the start of this race, and all of a sudden, although they're still in second place, they are now 23 seconds behind our race leaders, the Satellite Racing GT team. Where you run about these two cars as well, Dylan, is that what I think it is that the Porsche behind us is renowned for its good cornering abilities and then the braking. So around this first half of the track, as we're seeing out on track, that Porsche can't close the gap on the Lamborghini on the straights. But then when it gets around to after turn number 5, round to turn number 11, that's where the Porsche really closes up with its exceptional braking and accelerating out of corner abilities. And that's where the gap sort of closes. So it's going like an accordion lap after lap, in that the Lamborghini's able to get slightly away at this part of the track, but then as soon as they come around this corner in turn 5 going up to turn number 6, that's where the Porsche will then start coming into its own with its characteristics of great handling around corners. Whereas obviously the Lamborghini is pretty much an all-rounder, very good at corners, very good at straights, but obviously with our train of thought and our line of thinking, being that Lamborghini has got an exceptionally low downforce on it, it would be slower around this part of the track, enabling that Porsche behind to catch up.
You're totally right, Andy, and I think that the strategy from that number 45 Tempest SimSport team has been to basically lead. I mean, that car has led really well with the lower downforce. Of course, the Sim Racing PR blue car, you're right, as you said, has better braking, probably a lot better in the corners, but there's just simply nothing they can do. Of course, we have a lot of time left in the race, but if it comes down to a close battle, which it often has, I think that they're going to have a really hard time getting by that number 45. And this is the track, I'd say, to run a low downforce package if you don't want to get past, because of the not only the long amount of straightaways, but how each passing opportunity comes after a substantially long straightaway. And there's not much you can do on the brakes if you can't close up before the braking zone. So that's probably the thought process of the Tempest SimSport team. That being said, they probably did have an issue in the pits as they sit in second, and there really is quite a substantial gap between that 68 Satellite Racing team and the 45 Tempest SimSport car. And we've seen that at Sebring too, with Satellite. I believe it was Satellite Racing GT had such a substantial lead in GT3 and were completely unchallenged, and then had a fuel issue on the last lap. So anything could go here, but as of now, I think that the Tempest SimSport team sitting in P2 comfortably, but will have to have some sort of a miracle if they want to take that lead away. That being said, hour and a half left in this race, and we've seen more interesting things shake up in the pits and change the outcome of the race. So, you know, we've seen in endurance racing, you could have a 20-second lead one lap, and then 30 minutes later you have a pit stop issue or a drive-through, and then that lead goes away just like that. Trying to see if there are any battles out on track. I mean, everyone seems to be pretty spread out for the most part, and I think this is that stage of the race where drivers are just thinking about tires, thinking about fuel, and doing the best they can to improve pace. Even with as spread out as these cars are, it's there's a lot you can do to change your position in the later stages of the race if you can fuel save, tire save, and just have that proper strategy that ends up playing out in the end. We saw in our last round, Sebring, since it was so hard to pass, some of the GT3s and LMP2s just taking some more unorthodox strategies, and that seemed to play off for a lot of cars who may not have had the pace, may have had a hard time passing, maybe started further back, but because they played their cards right in regards to strategy, were able to jump their way up the order. We could see that number 45 Tempest SimSport really still driven by Diego Souza, really starting to create a bit of a gap between the 21, so I'm sure that team's happy about that. They've shown really good pace. The number 21, I believe they're running a 2:03.8, which is half a second off the 2:03.3 that Diego de Souza did last time by. So Diego de Souza and that Tempest SimSport building quite a comfortable gap in that second position as we ride on board with Nathan Solano. That's Christian Ost right now in the 157, and that's a battle. Still got a bit of a battle for P12 we have there. So nice to see potentially, hard to tell with the order, but maybe a battle happening there further back down in the field. We'll see if anything interesting happens there, as there's always room for battling at Road America, even in a long endurance race.
Definitely, but just looking at Lone Star Endurance 1, we have the organizer for this series currently sat in that class. So we'll give him a little bit of airtime for what has been an exceptional series. Dave Anderson there in Lone Star, currently in 14th place in the GT3 class is David Anderson. So I was going to say, if you wanted to pop in for a chat, you can, but I'm pretty sure he will do after he's had his stint out on track. But there he is in that Lone Star Endurance 1. Obviously had a bit of an issue with top end speed, so maybe that's why they are slightly off the pace at the moment. Hopefully that fast repair has got the repair done, but we move back to this battle at the moment between Penguin RC Complex Simworks and the Sim Republic. Sim Republic at the moment 2 tenths of a second right onto the back bumper of that Audi in front of him. So what he needs to try and do is get a really good exit out of here through up to the start finish straight and see if he can close down that gap. But that Audi is a very quick car in a front line, and we've already seen that the Porsche is slower normally overall on straight line speed, so it's all down the setup. But we see there the Penguin RC got heavily defended on that inside line, pulling to the outside through turn 1, so managing to keep that position at the moment over the Sim Republic. But the writing is on the wall, I think, for the Penguin RC Complex Simworks, but they're trying the best and trying to do as defensive as possible. But coming down here, down a long straight, coming down into turn 5, we did see an LMP2 car in the rear there, so hopefully that won't come into play for this battle we're seeing now. So we look at the Penguin RC.
He'll go for it.
Oh, he's gone, lost it. Oh, is he going to hit him?
Oh. Good save by the 318 there. That could have been 2 cars out, as opposed to 1. That looked like a little rear brake lock up there. Just, I'm sure these drivers moving the bias back, like I said, and then brake too hard, and that's what happens. So I saw the 318, and I was thinking that he wasn't far back enough for the Penguin RC car to defend, and then so he just tried to brake late, and almost 2 cars out there. We'll see if he can recover and make anything out of this race, but tough for them. And you could see the 318. He
it's really weird because
the dirt on the rear. Oh, okay, so that's I thought maybe that was some rear brake lock up, but it looks like he just clipped the grass in the rear, and the thing just turned around.
He was pretty much going straight. It was almost a carbon copy of the one we saw earlier on, which spun down into turn number 5. Oh, there's an LMP there from the We2 Fast Racing, getting a little bit of a scare there going through. But Jack Cressy just managing to do a great bit of off-road driving there in the LMP. Luckily, that curb wasn't too aggressive, so didn't really cause any damage. But Jack would have been a little bit twitchy there in that car with that stricken Audi in front of him, just slightly moving across. But yeah, as we look out. But we're looking at your top racers as we watch a sim. The Penguin RC Complex Simworks coming in to get that heavily damaged Audi repaired at the moment. So we're looking at first place in the LMP2, the Satellite Racing guys, currently 4.6 seconds ahead of RD Sim Sport 2. So that's come down significantly. They've both pitted twice. I wonder if Satellite Racing LMP2 has been caught up. Oh, that keeps jumping. So we'll wait till they cross the line again and see where they are. So where is car number 2? He's not that far behind.
Happened to number 2, I think.
There you go. So did lose 7 tenths of a second last lap, so probably got caught up behind a GT3 car and managed to get free of the constraint that was on him and managed to gain 4 tenths, but that lead has come down at the moment at the head of the LMP2, who has had a change of driver. So we do have Paul Darlin in the driver's seat at the moment. So Alex Gall has done his stint for the day and handed over to Paul to probably bring it home to the end of the race. I wouldn't imagine there'll be many more than 2 drivers in a 3-hour race, but I have been known to be wrong in the past, so we'll sort of see where we're at. But just looking at the chat on YouTube, and Sergio Vieira is obviously looking at what happened to Tempus in the GT3, so big discussion going on about that. Was it tyres? Could be hold for 26 seconds, so it'd be interesting to see it on their next pit stop if they actually do take tyres. If they don't, then it possibly was a tyre change to the previous one. So very perplexing there, and obviously Antonio Perez just getting in as well. Maybe it's tyres. So yeah, it's a weird one considering they were so strong and so far out in front. To be 19, nearly 20 seconds behind Satellite GT Racing at the moment in second place in the GT3, it's either one or two things. They took a lot more fuel and tyres, or they got a speeding in the pit penalty. But it'll be interesting to find out what they do on the next spin port. But they are catching, they are bringing that time down slightly. Currently at 19.8 seconds, was 23 seconds a couple of laps ago, which probably falls into the line of maybe it is tyres, because if you did have the same set of tyres you started this race on, after an hour and 27, you will certainly be feeling that tyre wear and tyre degradation round about this time. They are around about halfway through their second stint, these GT3 drivers, so we should expect them in 26 laps after their last stint, and currently on lap 41. So they haven't got long left before they come in. Around about another 8 laps, and we should see the GT3 drivers coming in again for their second stops.
I think it's very possible that the number 45 Tempest Simsport could have gotten a speeding penalty, and the only reason I say that is because of how when you come into the pits at Road America, you do your best to see that cone where the pit lane starts, but because it's uphill and you're almost going over, it seems like a bit of a jump with how uphill it is. I'd say that coming into the pits without getting a penalty and then maximizing time is really tough here. I mean, we all know this is a track that has a lot of elevation, and you see the most of that elevation coming into the pits, I would say, as we have it's a car around 115 and P10 right now. I don't think they're going to lose a spot. Oh, they lose a spot to their teammate. Both those cars have had issues, which is tough, those Sim Republic cars, but doesn't seem like too much harm was done. He was in P11, only lost maybe 7-8 seconds, and no damage, which is good for them. But yeah, as I was saying, you go across that front straight, and we can kind of see here, it's very uphill, a lot of elevation. So coming into the pits, it's right about that point where it goes uphill that you have that pit entry cone. So it's really hard to get that perfect and not have it's hard to go into the pits fast and always get through there without a speeding penalty. So I actually thought there would be more speeding penalties here just because of how hard it is to get into pit lane, but very likely that the number 45 team had that issue.
Oh, I think it looks like the Penguin RC Complex Simwork team, who are still in the pits from the earlier on incident, have already used up their fast repair. Currently in the pits for 4 minutes 48 seconds, so hopefully they can get out. Probably around about, I mean, it looked like suspension damage, so probably 15 minutes, I would imagine, on that one. So that's unfortunate for Christian, who was driving that car there. The slightest little mistake, putting your tyre on that on the grass. And you don't even need to be on a lot around here, as we've seen it a few times, and the car gets spat out. And as these walls are quite close to some of these corners, it's inevitable that you're probably going to hit the wall if you do come off at one of them corners. Certainly around Canada corner, and also the carousel. You know, that's an extremely fast corner, and the kink. So this, like you said earlier on, Dylan, you know, this track can bite, and it bites really hard, and often unfair.
We have an investigation here. 18 and 13, the GT3 cars under investigation here. And you can see looks like the 18 got knocked off into the wall there, a bit of an issue there. So under some investigation there, that's tough for the number 18, Maurice, Maurice the number 18, and then that number 13. Oh, so it was an LMP2. That was Obsidian Racing Future, and that number 13 had an issue with the GT3 again, which has happened before. So it looked like he just went for a pass, and that 18 got shoved off and ended up in the wall there. So tough run for them. We'll see if anything happens with that incident with Obsidian Racing Future. They already have had a tough run this round with the start and whatnot, and I've been trying to make a recovery, but if they get a penalty, that will crush their chances of a race win even more.
Yeah, definitely. That was the see how close they get to that was the incident that we saw earlier on coming out, going into the carousel, if you remember, where he came over to the left and just bumped him out. So that's what that incident is looking at. So we'll see what the stewards come back with on that. I mean, personally, I thought it was probably a racing incident. I think the GT3 car probably got caught out by the speed of that LMP2 car coming up on his inside, moved over slightly and bumped. But I will leave that one purely in the hands of the stewards. But we have a pit stop for the leaders in Satellite Racing. They have coming into the pit, so Tempest SimSport CMS take over the lead of the race, and we have a change of driver, which is Drosser going into the Satellite Racing GT team. So a change of drivers, and I'll probably say a change of tyres as well. So we should expect to see the rest of the GT3 cars coming in very shortly as we see that. You can see the tyres being changed, so the car is off the ground, and yeah, the tyre wear must be quite savage on this track with the new model of the tyre wears as well that iRacing brought out on the latest patch. So yeah, not being able to do the 3 hours on the same tyres there.
Yeah, we'll see what Matheus Drozda can do from that. He sits in P5, but I'm sure after the pit stop cycle he will be back in the lead, so we'll see if he can hold off Diogo de Souza, our early race leader, for that P1 spot. They sit P5. There's really no, I don't think, well, they are close. They're close in second, or they're in the lead right now in points by 3, but with 2Pi Racing, which is now in P3, after pit stop cycles will probably be around P4. So really all that Satellite Racing GT have to do with Matheus Drozda is just really stay in the top 5, and they should be pretty comfortable in terms of the championship and clinching that. So I'm sure they're gonna be more reserved in this next hour and 20 minutes, as they really don't need to go all out. They've had a comfortable race lead, and after this pit stop cycle, I'm sure they'll still be in the lead. So as long as they don't have trouble and can just stay out of any issues, they should be able to clinch that championship over TPRT. Going to LMP2, I think Satellite Racing, yeah, they're pretty more dominant in that class, I'd say. Done incredibly well in both classes, but LMP2 especially, they have a 32 point lead right now. I believe, yeah, 28 point lead. 28 point lead over We2 Fast Racing, and I've just been dominant round after round, which is something that you haven't seen in any other team in this class. We have We2 Fast Racing, who have been really consistent and stayed out of trouble, who's second in points, but just the raw pace of Satellite Racing that has put them in the lead and gotten them to the checkered flag in first lap after lap has made it so that they have such a substantial and huge lead over any other cars, and they continue to just dominate with a 10-second lead right now. And it would take a lot to have them have any issues here. I mean, I'm sure the championship is theirs at this point, and they feel this way, but we've seen Road America bite, and we never like to say it's over until it's over. So a lot could happen in both classes, really, but LMP2 a little more spread out and seems to be more decided at this point, as we have a car off. Just as I say that, we have a car off that's Craft Inner Racing that's had a pretty tough run. I believe this is their second spin They sit now P9. I'm not sure if they lost spots from spinning or just are having a rough race. They didn't lose any spots, but yeah, tough run for them as they sit P9, and that's this track bites, but it's tough when you can't get back in a rhythm. We've seen drivers go off, and because of how much rhythm and momentum goes into this course, they might go off once, and because they have a tough time getting back in a rhythm, they may go off again. And I think maybe that's what we've seen with Craft Dinner Racing. Might take a lot for them to get back into contention. I believe they're still they are a lap down now. And sit P9 of 10 cars that are still in the running in LMP2. Trying to see if there are any battles out on track. This is a little more spread out than I thought it'd be, to be honest, at Road America, but I think that's because of how big the track is, and I'm sure that's a relief for the drivers that there's not nearly as much lap traffic as we saw at Sebring. Sebring, it was just LMP2s going by GT3s and huge traffic jams lap after lap, but here these drivers have a little more room and leeway to think about strategy and tire and fuel saving, as opposed to just thinking about how do I get by these cars ahead of me. So City and Racing Future we ride on board with now. They sit P6, a team that has had a lot of issues but have shown good pace regardless. They're running they ran a 150.3 last time by, which is about 0.3 off our leader. I believe it's the fourth fastest time right now. Really quick time by Ray Quaderos at that number 92, Tempest Simsport. They've been pretty calm right now, pretty comfortably P3, but they set a 149.7 last time by. They probably have new tires. They must have new tires, because that's only 0.2 off their best time. We'll see if they can make any leeway, as they are, as of now, that's 7/10 faster than RD Simsport 2 last time by, and only a second and a half behind. So we could see them catching RD Simsport very soon, and then that'd be an interesting fight for P2, as we see those two are teammates. It's the two Tempest Simsport cars. You can get a little mirrors there, or little blinkers there. Maybe the LMP2 team cheering on that GT345 as they sit in P1 right now. Good run from Tempest overall, setting P1 and 3, and that P3 and LMP2 might end up being a P2 soon if they can keep up the pace they've had and get by that number 26.
Yeah, definitely. Just looking at the GT3 class, if you're looking at the time tower, Satellite Racing GT have made their second stop. The rest of the field still need to make their second stop at the moment. They did have a 20-second advantage over Tempest Simsport CMS in front, so I expect them to be back out at the front after the round of pit stops, although Tempest Simsport are putting in some quick laps now, so we'll probably close down that gap. And if they certainly don't take tyres with that 20 seconds, obviously debating what happened to them on their first pit stop, but it could be nose to tail racing between them two, but I'm pretty sure only time will tell what is going to happen after the second round of pit stops. So just a quick shout out to one of the other sponsors for this series, gridfinder.com. Looking for a community to race with? Go to Gridfinder. Filter your search by PC, Xbox or PlayStation, the sim racing title you're looking for, the class of car you want to drive, your location and the day of the week you want to race. Simple. There's over 1,000 racing communities to browse through and join directly from Gridfinder. Are you a livery designer, commentator or broadcaster? Make yourself a free profile on Gridfinder and get found by sim racing leagues, owners and admins. Best part about Gridfinder is it's totally free to list your community and free to browse. So go to www.grid-finder.com to find your place on the grid. As we join back here with the LMP2 car with John Taylor Tammy in 10th place at the moment. I mean, yeah, it's pretty much like you were saying, the field's been split. The top three have like bolted away from 4th place there. You can see 51 seconds just at the top of your timing tower behind first place. Obviously still yet to be too fast racing, who are trying to fight for that race win overall. Maybe it was a little bit of a too big a mountain to climb, but certainly that second place is still up for grabs for them guys. And then as you look down the timing tower, big gaps between 6th and 7th. And then 8th, 9th and 10th all steadily out on track. So all quite tight. The biggest race at the moment is Obsidian Racing Future, 0.8 of a second behind the SimHQ Motorsport Orange team that we're currently watching on screen coming around at turn number 1. Obsidian Racing Future unfortunately had an incident out on lap 1 that pretty much put him back to the pits. So coming off as we see a spin off here from Team Brake Fade again, and as always Brian just calmly faced, just turn left and carry on. So I think that's a carousel. Nope, that was the last turn coming up to the start finish. Unfortunately get it wrong there. So we see an incident review between car 18 and car 13, a racing incident. No further action to be taken. So that was, that was Obsidian.
That was in carousel.
Yeah, that was a carousel one. So stewards probably thinking the same long as I did, saying it was more of a racing incident. I think the GT3 car did come across, not realising that LMP car was careering up the inside. So bit of a nothing further to report in that incident. So that's good for Obsidian Racing Future, who can carry on. Who are only 5.5 seconds behind the SimHQ Motorsport Orange team. So after a disastrous start to the race, steadily trying to climb its way back up to do the best it can. So soon to be back. There's 3/10 of a second is the difference between SimHQ Motorsport Orange in front, as we currently ride on with the nose of the Obsidian Racing Future. So let's see if they can get him going up here into turn number 1. A little bit of a poor run there out of the exit of the last corner. SimHQ Motorsport Orange getting a decent run, but this is where we start seeing the slipstream come into effect. It's almost like a ground rush. It takes forever to do, and then all of a sudden it comes all at once. Managing to poke out the inside. Is he going to be able to keep that position? Manages to keep the speed on the exit. So there's a position gained again on Obsidian Racing Future, moving up to 5th.
Yeah, Obsidian Racing Future up into the top 5 after a rough start. We see a nice late pass going into turn 1, which is a tough place to make a pass if you're not 100% there side by side. So Obsidian Racing Future, driven now by Juan Segundo Valero, probably feeling hungry for moving their way up since they've had such good pace, and now up into the top 5 and quickly pulling away from SimHQ. They're far behind in terms of time, but just the pace is there. They've had good passes, and you never know what could happen. Maybe their strategy's a little different, but I'm sure that team is happy to be back into the top 5 now and move their way forward up to maybe get a podium result out of this. That's a team that currently sits P4 in the championship, and yeah, so they're sitting P4, but only 4 points behind P2 in the championship. So sitting in front of Obsidian Racing Future is the number 69 We2 Fast Racing, and they're at second points right now. So Tempest Sim Sport P3, We2 Fast Racing P4, and then Obsidian Racing Future P5 are all 4 points apart in the championship, fighting for that P2 position. So we're not sure now what will play out, but we just know that these drivers aren't just racing for P3 in the race, they're racing for P2 in the championship. So I'm sure that there is a lot of thought going into what happens there. Of course, We2 Fast Racing and Obsidian Racing Future both had issues early on. I believe We2, they both had issues on the start with Obsidian getting into the grass, and then so both of them trying to make a recovery to try and get up to that podium position currently held by the 92 of Tempest Sim Sport. As we have a pass here. I believe that was a pass for P6. That's a VG Racing Esport we ran on board with Rasmus Christensen. Passes his way up to P6. A nice clean pass there. And that team's shown good pace recently since they've gotten the new tires, and I'm sure that they will be moving their way forward later on into this race. But yeah, a lot of good championship battles happening out there, and it's nice to see everybody, or it's nice to see the LMP2 so close in points, even though Satellite Racing has somewhat run away with it. The battle for second is all there, and I know that each driver is doing what they can to get those 1 or 2 extra needed points to get them that P2 in the championship. We run on board with something happened to that team brake fade car, because they have damage to the front now. Yeah, it's a pretty heavy damage to the front. I know they've spun around a few times, but we'll see what happens here.
Carousel.
And, carousel, that's the 24, goes around the outside. No harm done there.
The grass.
That's, yeah, I just clipped that curb, the wrong angle. Maybe watching the LMP2 a bit and just turn around, went into the wall. So that's tough for them. They've had a really, really tough run there. Very level-headed through all the issues they've had, but the issues seem to just keep coming, unfortunately. So hopefully they can get back out and get somewhat of a decent result. But really tough run for them, as this is a track that really can bite, and we've seen that here. So we'll see how they can get back out. I don't think they've used their fast repair, so they should be able to get back out and get up to speed. So hopefully they can at least finish this race. CMS is something that I've noticed that all the drivers, or most of them, seem to do a really good job of finishing the race. And of course, that's something that with league racing, where you don't have to worry about iRating and whatnot, you don't always see drivers taking the races so seriously, I feel like. But at CMS, each driver and team has really done a lot to take each and every race so seriously. And even if there are issues, just getting back out there and finishing and making the most out of it. So it's nice to see CMS putting together this good group of drivers that go out and race after race, put in all they have, and fighting through issues to make sure they at least finish the race if they're having a rough time. And then I'm sure it's very satisfying to put together a team and after hours of practice and racing to come off with a win. And we'll see who ends up taking the win as well as the championship in this final round in both of these two classes.
Yeah, definitely. So I mean, if you're gonna have an incident, it's probably an ideal opportunity like Brian did there. He literally came in for his second stop, got that fast repair, done the fuel, had a little bit of a breather, and then got back out there. So back out on field. Currently in P11th is Team Brake Fade at the moment. Was running up round about 7th at one point in this race, but steadily just fallen down the field. But obviously, with this series being the flagship of CMS at the moment, there are a lot of series that build up to this event that takes place here over in CMS, and they've actually finished off today. So I can confirm that we do have 3 winners on 3 different series, and I'll just give a shout out to them. So it's North American Porsche Cup champion Drew Ladika taking the championship win there. The IRTS Support Series champion is Miguel Conlon. I think he's in here, isn't he? Is Miguel? Yes, he is. He is currently driving the Sim Racing PR Blue, so congratulations to him. Very busy man. And the combined Porsche Cup champion JT Tammy, who again I think is a driver in this series. I think he is, but congratulations to them 3. Obviously, free support. So this isn't the only race that CMS do. So just head over to CMS Championship Motorsports. Just put that into Google, you'll find them, and it's a big community across all platforms, looking at all different types of racing to get into. And I'm not sure if they are still, but they were looking for drivers for their endurance team. So if you still fancy and you fancy getting involved with endurance racing, head over to CMS and see what they have to offer you. But great website, well laid out and easy to follow, and such a nice bunch of guys. And they're pretty much accommodating for all levels of iRacing abilities, from us mediocre 1300 iRacers to the aliens that we know are 8K iRacing. So I think they have a position for every sort of team or every iRacing ability. So just head over there and see what they're doing. As we see an incident under investigation for car 67, who is Satellite Racing LMP2, and Alex Garl is actually behind the wheel again of that car. That's very strange. We had Paul Darling. Very much a small stint there, just probably one stint. Alex has jumped back in, but he's under investigation. I didn't quite catch the other car. Who was the other car? Did you
115.
115?
Yeah, it's the 115 under investigation with the 67, and that's interesting. That's such a huge race lead. I wonder what could have happened. I mean, I would think they'd be playing it safe, but of course, that's a GT3, so I believe it's a GT. Yeah, it's a GT3, so I mean, that could happen. We'll see. I feel like they've been calling those racing incidents since it is so hard to get by these GT3s if you're in an LMP2, but we'll see what they call with that move. It is tough. You can see the amount of cars that 67 has to get by. It's tough enough being the fastest car on track, but it's even tougher when you're the fastest car in the fastest class on track. So I'm sure that they're just we're talking Alex Gal through, like, just get through lap cars, don't do your best not to have issues, and just predict what's happening ahead of you. I'm sure that the team's also maybe giving them a little spotting, like, hey, if you're clear versus if you're approaching a pack of cars, and that's something that we haven't seen so much here at Road America, but in the past at tighter tracks, just trying to use pit stop strategies to avoid big packs of cars. But that's an endurance racing thing that's definitely really tough, is to go 3 hours without ever having an incident with cars that might be a good 20 seconds slower than you, like the GT3s.
Definitely. So just have a look, actually. So really, yeah, I was just going to say Tempest SimSports CMS do come into the pits for their second stop. So let's see if they take some tyres to get rid of the mystery about what happened around that first pit stop. So if they took tyres then, they quite possibly won't now. So they've just stopped. Are they changing drivers? Don't think so. It's not. Yes. So Ivor Costa's gone into the car at the moment. Do they get new tyres? Or let's see. It's about a 30-second driver change, but obviously they will be refueling in that window. So let's see if the car does go up. Probably still won't give us the mystery. They may be just changing tyres at every stop, but knowing these guys very well and how much they can manage their tyres and their fuel very effectively, I would imagine that they would only change their tyres once during this race. As we see there, no tyre change, so that's a 20-second gain. So I think that first pit stop was a tyre change. So hopefully that has put some of the mystery to bed of why they lost so much time. But what that will do, and where is Satellite Racing? They are behind at 0.8 of a second. So there you go. So that is what happened there in the first race. So we are back to where we were at the start of this race, with Tempest SimSports CMS ahead of Satellite Racing GT. Only 0.3 of a second at the moment, and Tempest SimSport really gonna have to try. I think that. Who is that? That is Craft Dinner Racing there in front. There having a bit of ping pong with some GT3 cars, but the main two protagonists staying safe, but that Satellite Racing GT right on the rear bumper of the Tempest SimSport CMS. So we're seeing pretty much a rerun of what happened at the start of this race. And let's see if the results are the same as them. But it certainly looks like the Satellite Racing team at the moment, by Mateus Drozda, who is driving that car, is putting a lot of pressure over Ivor Costa, who will take a couple of laps to try and get up to speed in that Lamborghini. So it's the ideal opportunity to try and fight back and take that position back. But Ivor will be doing all he can at the moment to try and keep that Lamborghini out in front. As we know, we believe that it has a lower downforce than this McLaren, but McLaren's getting a good run up. Going to go down the inside. Just get pushed out, making Lamborghini go really defensive into Canada corner. Doesn't get the switch back on him. Got an excellent run out there, side by side, coming up into turn 13. The this is dodgy as he managed to get the move done right on the outside there. Just playing into the fact that Ira's not really up to pace on this track. So a great passing move there. Satellite GT team take P3 over the Tempest SimSport CMS team.
Yeah, as we go to a replay, and it's a really late defense by the 45 by that Tempest SimSport team, but Satellite Racing GT, a team that we've seen dominate over and over. With the wow, that's a risky pass around the outside there on turn 13, but he made it work. And we've seen that team sit behind the Tempest SimSport, sit behind the Tempest SimSport car for about the earlier stages of the race, and then they had two entirely different pit stop strategies. Yet they come out within 3/10 like that. It's incredible to think about with the consistency. And then that late pass around the outside of Canada corners is just what we wanted to see here at Road America, as these two drivers consistently lap after lap going without making any mistakes, and we can see that with how close they are still. I think something that's in Satellite Racing GT's favor is they are probably on newer tires at this point. I would think if Tempest SimSport CMS didn't take tires that last time. That being said, their pace is still good. I mean, it's a tough car. It's been known to with the low downforce for other drivers to have a hard time getting by that number 45 Tempest SimSport car. But with the run that Satellite Racing GT's Mateus Drozda had, it was just nothing really that Tempest SimSport and Ivo Costa could do to hold him back. The run they got out of the kink, it was just he went to the inside and tried to make a good defensive move, but there just wasn't enough there. Of course, we still have an hour left in this race. There could still be a lead change. I think the pace is pretty close between these two. That being said, trying to check the pace. Oh, last lap by, I think, trying to find pace here, but both those two pretty close on pace overall. In the long term, they've run nose to tail within about a second for about 2 hours now, so it'll be interesting to see with the last hour how things unfold. Riding on board with the number 16, going back to our LMP2s, much more spread out class this time. I think something happened here to the number 16, and he gets a little grass there, but gets back on, no problem. It seems like interesting little choice of grass there. Yeah, probably mowing the lawn there, collect the lawnmower salary there. So no issues for him though, and pretty calm besides that battle for the lead. Really stealing the show at this final round at Road America, and that's between two cars that have been pretty close for most of the race. But that being said, Satellite Racing GT really should be comfortable with second here. Of course, they want that lead, and they've got it, but there's no reason to really push overly hard, as they have a pretty decent gap over their real big competitor. Of course, 2Pi Racing Team, they're in the lead now, but they still have to pit, so I don't think that, yeah, as they're in the pits now. So 2Pi Racing Team would currently, hypothetically, be in the championship lead, but they've just pitted from the lead, so we'll see where they end up. Of course, they're right now they're 3 points behind Satellite Racing GT, who now holds your lead. So I don't think that they will really come out in any place to fight with Satellite Racing GT for the lead, but a good effort by them. They sit second in points with a pretty comfortable margin down to P3. There's 20 points between the top two and P3 right now. So the real battle really between Satellite Racing GT and TPRT is really sort of settled at this point. But very consistent by Satellite Racing GT. I mean, round after round, they've been winning races, finishing second, similar to their LMP2 team. So that's a really good program between both the GT and LMP2 teams, as we see 2Pi Racing now in the pits. And car off, that's Craft Dinner Racing again off into the grass. Tough run for them as they try to spin the rear tires and get that thing going. They are now down to P7, so tough run for them. Looks like they maybe just overshot turn 5.
I think you could probably set up a food store the amount of time they've spent off that corner at turn number 5. Unfortunately, both drivers struggling a little bit around that corner, but it's just one of them corners. You get it slightly wrong, hit that grass on the outside, or going a little bit too deep in that turn number 5. It certainly can bite you, certainly after that long straight as well. And it's probably made even harder if you're out on your own, not really doing anything. The concentration starts to slip a little bit. You miss your braking marker slightly, and you make a little mistake. It's obviously a lot easier when you're following behind somebody rather than is. They're trying to chase down the SimHQ Motorsport Orange team. They may have made a pass actually with that spin, but has to do it all again and try to get onto the back of SimHQ Motorsport Orange. 3.5 seconds, and then you got TSC Taconi Racing in P8. So coming into our last hour, so we've just tipped over the 2 hour. So we'll give you a quick rundown of the current order. So in the LMP2s, in first place, we have Satellite Racing LMP2. In second place, driven by Rio Kuros, is Tempest SimSport CMS. In third place, we got RD SimSport 2. In fourth place, we got We2 Fast Racing, driven by Jack Cressy. In fifth place, we got Assidium Racing Future, driven by Joan Valero. In sixth place, we got SimHQ Motorsport Orange, driven by Will Woodland. In P7th, we got Dave Hazard with Crafting and Racing. In P8th, we got TSC Taconi Racing. P9th, we got RD SimSports, who are fighting it out on track as we prepare, but unfortunately not getting that off. And then in 10th place, John Taylor Tammy. There you go, that's the other driver from the championship. We've got two of the previous the feeder series to this riding in here. So that's John Taylor Tammy. Currently in 10th place. We do have two retirees in the LMP2 class, and that is Tuxedo Racing and PN Pneumatic Motorsport Blue, who didn't take to the start of this race. So only one retiree so far in the field. So over to you, mate, if you want to go through the GT3s.
All right, so GT3 is running through your top 10. We have Satellite Racing GT and the number 68, your championship leader, sitting P1 right now, driven by, that's Mateus Drozda. P2, we have the number 45, Ivo Costa. Right now, Tempest SimSport CMS in the 45, they sit P2. Number 3, we have VG Racing Esports Academy in the number 43, driven by, that's Ramirez Christensen. P4, Sim Racing PR Blue in the number 21, driven by Edison Hernandez. P5, 2Pi Racing Team Mid-Pack, the number 75, sits P2 in points right now. They're driven by Jose Correa. SR Technic CMS in the 222 sits P6 right now. P7, Sim Republic in the 318. P8, we have Can-Am Racing 2 in the number 38. P9, Sim HQ Motorsports White in the number 18. And then P10, Team Brake Fade in the number 40. Then going to P11, we have Sim Republic SR2 in that 115. P12, Lone Star Racing Endurance 1. And then P13, Triple R Racing in the number 71. And that wraps up your GT3 field, as we are 1 hour, about 50 minutes left in the final round of the CMS endurance race here at Road America. Riding on board with number 18 right now, Maurice Dennison right now in the number 18. They sit P9 right now. Don't think there's a battle happening right now, but they are pretty close. So they're close to the number 38 now. So that's still a battle for P8 going now, which could be pretty interesting. That number 9 driven by Maurice Dennison right now. That's the number 18. Sorry, fighting. Bit of a late lunge down there. Number 38 goes wide there, and I think the 18 has gotten that spot. So Maurice Dennison and the Sim HQ Motorsports white car up to P8, past the number 38 Can-Am Racing 2 car. That's been your closest battle on track out right now. That Sim HQ Motorsports white car showing good pace. I think their last time by was a 2:05.26. This is about a second up from the 2:06.18 that Can-Am Racing 2 is running. So that's a pass for P8 there, and I think that's the closest battle out on track right now. Everyone, for the most part, spread out. Road America providing a lot of space. It's almost a 2-minute lap here in LMP2, and then a 2-minute lap in GT3. So quite a bit of room for these drivers to run their laps, which is quite different from what we've seen at tracks like Sebring and Phillip Island that have been more tighter and not so spread out. These drivers have a bit more room for battling and just staying out of traffic here, which has made it a bit more calm out on track, but a lot of strategy happening. And for the most part, I'd say pit cycles have gone through, so most of it has unfolded, but we still have, I believe, 2 more pit stops, I would think, for these drivers, and we'll see how that changes things. I know it's typically calm for the last hour or so of these races, but we've seen a lead change on the final lap. Satellite Racing GT last time at Sebring, we're leading on the final lap, and we're a lap down on fuel. Something's happened on track. Oh, that's wow.
Is that the leaders? That's the
the
leader.
leader.
Oh no! The leader has been taken out coming around turn 2 from the car. He is going to have to go back to the pits because that was there we go. That has absolutely opened up the championship now. So you can see here's the initial Joshua Jerome just coming around the corner, losing it around turn 1, hitting the grass probably, yeah. Hitting the wall, bouncing out on track. Then does he? What does he do? Just gets out of the way. Tries to spin it around. Oh no! Oh,
that is painful.
Oh, that's the worst way you want to be taken out in the lead. You know, getting a good lead. And he's still with that 28 points, will have a decent lead. But we'll have that fast repair as long as it's been unchecked and he hasn't taken it for some slight damage that he might have had earlier on. But he's currently down in 9th position at the moment. That's a terrible way, isn't it?
It is. As you say that, I'm scrambling over to the points to try and see how they stand right now. I mean, he has a 28. Satellite Racing has a 28-point lead right now, and if they were to win, they would get 35 points. We2 Fast Racing now sits P3 in that 69 car, which you get 30 points for. So Satellite Racing still has to score points if We2 Fast Racing is up there, if they want to clinch that championship. I mean, they've been pretty collective and consistent. We'll see if they can overcome what was pretty unfortunate. Left me kind of speechless there. I mean, that was tough. I know it's a blind corner, but you really have to hold your brakes if you go off, and just make sure you're watching for cars rejoining, and that's really, really tough luck by that for them in Satellite Racing. We'll see if they can rejoin and score some points and get back up there, but I'm sure We2 Fast Racing, that 69, is feeling a bit of hope right now for getting that championship. I mean, if they get up, maybe get into the lead, I'd say that if We2 Fast Racing finishes P1 or 2, even if Satellite Racing scores some points, it'll be tough. I mean, I think looking at the points, I think they might still have it. Actually, if they finish anywhere and it just collect points at all, I think they should still have it.
They will do it. I mean,
yeah,
it's a relatively low LMP2 field, so even if they finish where they're currently at in P10. Yeah. They would score.
They do have it
points, to do it, but you know it's something you don't need or you don't want to happen. Being in the lead, being well in the lead, on for another race victory, and then that unfortunately happens. I mean, yeah, it was the other driver's fault. You should be looking at your relative to see what you have got coming out. That car was heavily damaged. Heavily damaged. I'm trying to just give you a replay from Alex Gall of what he saw. He would have saw the light flash for us as he did try to move out wide, coming around the corner, but he just had nowhere to go. Unfortunately, the car came across the track and hit him out, and as soon as one of them LMPs hit the wall at the speed, as you can see there, it's pretty much game over. You know, towing back to the pits, it's going to be the longest tow in the history for them. That team literally just past turn number 1, so it's the maximum it can be, as we see them still sat in the pits at the moment, just hoping that they haven't used their fast repair, so they can still get out and win this race. So as we see them there, Rui Kyrgios, they're managing to take back the lead from controversial circumstance. I'm pretty sure that will be investigated, and that's pretty much a slam dunk penalty there if you've ever seen one. It doesn't help the fact for satellite racing, but it's just one of them things in the iRacing, isn't it, where you just got to have eyes in the back of your head or around corners, I suppose, and stalks to try and help out. But hopefully they get back into the race and can make a fight of it. But as made a little bit of interesting, so I'm looking at the top of the LMP2, We2 Fast Racing were in 2nd place, only 1 point ahead of the Tempest Sim Sport. So whoever wins out of them two will get 2nd place in the championship. Obsidian Racing Future was 3 points behind Tempest. So if they finish where they're at the moment, it should be Satellite Racing your winners, Tempest Sim Sport CMS in 2nd place. And considering they didn't attend the first meeting at Daytona, they've done an exceptional job coming in 1 round later in round 2 and still managing to secure 2nd place. But We2 Fast Racing will take that 3rd place, and I'm sure that they will be delighted without the guys over there. As well as, I think it was Bruno, or someone like that, was their strategist. Oh, as we see SimHQ Motorsports orange there, I think that's kind of the corner. Yes, it is. Taking a little bit too deep in there and unfortunately hitting a barrier, so I'd imagine he will have some front end damage on his car, but it seems to hit it straight on. And a weird word of iRacing, you hit something straight on, you don't do that much damage, you clip a wall, you get suspension damage. The wonderful world of iRacing damage model.
Yes, a lot unfolding somewhat really quickly in the last like 5 minutes, and more than I would have expected. Not see that coming at all. Yeah, a racing incident between the 115 and 67. Say racing incident. It's interesting, but I guess it's done and over with anyway. So yeah, I mean, the Satellite Racing already has the championship, so as long as they score points, which they will, so I guess not no harm done, but they'll still come out with the championship. But I guess that's over and done with anyway. Riding on board with We2 Fast Racing.
Sorry to interrupt you. I don't know if they've been in the pit 6 minutes 27, 28, 29 seconds. I don't think they've got a fast repair, so
I don't think they need to go back out.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if there's a rule, and maybe Dave could say in the YouTube chat or come in and let us know what happened. I don't know if they're a certain amount of laps down that you might not score points. I don't know if they have that rule within this championship. I'm unsure, but that could be a bit of controversy if that is the case. So it'll be interesting to find out if they do have any, if you're X amount of laps down from the leader, you don't score points. I don't know, but I'm sure Dave will enlighten us and let us know the situation, because that would be a terrible situation.
Yeah, yeah, that would be terrible, and I don't think, so if they clinch the championship, regardless of if they finish or not, I don't think there really would even be a need for them to go back out on track. Right? I mean, they already have the championship, so the only reason really they would go back out is for the win, which is definitely gone for them at this point. So there very likely could not even be a need for them to go back out. Of course, they probably have looked at the rules and will figure that out. But yeah, that's a really interesting way to end the championship. You think you have the championship, think you're having another win, and then anything can happen, I guess, in iRacing. But quite the battle. The battle's out on track, but as of now, but We2 Fast Racing, I believe, is set to be second in points in LMP2. Yeah, they should be set. Oh no, they're set to be third in points right now. Tempest Sim Sport, with the lead right now, should move up from third to second in the championship. So good run for them to move up and get, because they were 1 point behind We Too Fast Racing in P3 in the championship. So now they will move up to P2 in the championship unless We Too Fast Racing is able to get back by in the last 40 minutes. And I believe that's the most that's happening on track right now. I said there was an incident with the 67 and the 115 that was reviewed racing incident. That was not the one that we just saw with the leader taken out. So that incident is under review still. So we'll see what happens there with that. Still, it'll probably be a penalty involved. Riding on board with the 721 in a nice little close battle with the 16. I believe they're the two closest cars out on track right now. 16 having a little front end damage, and then that 720, that 16 Sim HQ Motorsports having some front damage, and then that 721 Crafted Racing, no visible damage, but we've seen them in the grass, so could have some damage that we just don't see. Either way, both of those two close out on track right now, and that could be I believe that's our closest battle out on track right now, is with about 40 minutes left in this race. Things seem to be pretty spread out and concluded at this point. We still do have a pit stop cycle, I believe. So we'll see if anything else interesting happens in this race. But right now, Tempest Sim Sport seems to be, with a 27-second lead right now, seems to be in a pretty comfortable position right now in LMP2 to come take home a win and second in the championship. As for GT3, Satellite Racing GT right now in that number 68 with a 6-second lead over Tempest Sim Sport CMS, who they battled pretty closely. Those two have run nose to tail in GT3 for the past 2 hours, but I'd say that they are Satellite Racing GT is off to a pretty substantial lead now, more so than before, with a 6-second lead. But with pit stops, if there's an issue, it could be a close battle to the end. But right now, Satellite Racing GT seems to be in a position to take home the win and the championship in this final round.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just looking at the GT3 standing, so it looks like if it stays as it is now, I'm never going to say it is, because we just saw probably the worst incident that we could possibly have seen around here. But if it was to stay as it is at the moment in GT3, Satellite Racing GT would be your champions here. TPR mid-packs will keep, if they currently stay where they are in 4th place, they will secure that 2nd place. In 3rd place, it would be Sim Racing PR Blue would manage to keep that racing. They just need to keep themselves ahead of VG Racing Esports Academy, only 1 point behind them in the championship. So as long as Sim Racing PR Blue, who are currently in 3rd place, stay ahead of VG Racing Esports Academy, then they will secure that 3rd place overall. So it's still there, and anything up for grabs as we watch the leader there from Satellite Racing, Matthias Drozda, coming in for his last stop of this championship here. Pretty sure he won't take tyres, but you never know as he makes his stop. So we would expect the rest of the GT3s to follow in shortly as we watch Oliver Costa there in first place taking the position, and as usual, Tempest Sim Sport CMS using that extra rangefinder or extra fuel tank that they must have in that Lamborghini to do that extra couple of laps over the race leader. So a little bit out of kilter is the race leader with the rest of the pack, but within the time frame that they've got 40 minutes, that will be his last stop, as we see there on the timing tower. He just comes out. Oh, that was extremely close there from We Too Fast Racing behind the Tempest Sim Sport CMS team. Could have ended in tears. And we have the owners or the organisers team there just going around the BMW Lone Star Endurance 1, just going around. So, yeah, it's a relatively calm end, as I say.
Not too calm.
No, cars are spread out on the field, and incidents are probably going to be the big killer to anybody's chances at the moment to secure their top 3 finishes, as we still see the satellite racing LMP2 team. Oh, as we watch Brett Stevens just going off there, kind of the corner. Lone Star Endurance 1 in P11th, so steadily gained up the positions where they started. They were in 14th place overall, just steadily gained the positions up there to get that P11. But yeah, that satellite racing LMP2 car still in the pits, currently been in 13 minutes and 45 seconds. So just seeing if I can find out if there is any penalty or any numbers down from scoring nothing if you're so many laps down. So I'm just waiting for Dave. If you're listening, let us know, mate.
Yeah, that's still under review now. As far as the incident with the former race leader there, that Tempest Simsport number 45 really has not been in the draft often, so probably hasn't had the same amount of fuel-saving opportunities in that GT3 Lamborghini, but they've really extended their fuel stints quite far. They seem to be one of the last cars into the pits most of the time. So I wonder how that's working in terms of fuel saving. I'm sure it's the car, but also Ivo Costa, who's driving that thing, is probably doing quite a bit of fuel saving as well, considering how much longer they've extended their stints than our race leader in that 68 car. So we'll see how that plays out. I'm sure they feel that will maybe go bring to their advantage there, as late number 13 Obsidian Racing thought about a move. And it's always nerve-wracking to see these passes around the outside of the carousel by these LMP2s. In any car of the same class, you would never think of making a pass around the outside in the carousel. That'd be the last place you'd think to go. But we keep seeing all these passes around the outside of the carousel. It's really interesting to see that that's something that's worked for the LMP2 drivers, as we see. Yeah, that's a penalty drive-through for unsafe rejoin for the incident there with the leader. I would say that's deserved in that scenario, but racing is racing and it happens, I suppose. But yeah, so that concludes that. Regardless, Satellite Racing, I'm sure, somewhat still happy about their championship, being able to clinch that championship, and still having a driver who very well could win this race. The number 68 Satellite Racing car, which is now driven by Mateusz Drozda now. So we'll see how things cycle out, but they could still get a win in their GT3 class, that Satellite Racing GT number 68.
Just obviously been speaking to Dave Anderson, and he's basically said that there is no nil score if you're X amount of laps down from the class lead. So as long as Satellite Racing shows a finish on the time trial, they should still be able to win this championship. Probably not the way that they wanted to do it, but at least that's some silver lining at the end. And you know, I do feel sorry for Joshua Jerome, the Triple R rating. I know for a fact that he would not have meant that. And as soon as he saw that happen, I bet he was absolutely gutted with himself. So you know, these things do happen in iRacing, and as we've seen in this championship throughout these 6 rounds, all the drivers give utmost respect to each other. And that was just a mistake. Coming around a blind corner, probably didn't look at his relative, was feeling a bit flustered after just doing a 360, and unfortunately clipped out the leader. So, you know, a big shout out to Joshua Dramone. You know, stuff happens, as they say, and I'm pretty sure you did not mean that at all, and you wouldn't want to. But yeah, so there is a little bit of silver lining there. At least Satellite Racing should still win this championship, but not really what they wanted to be, but they still win at the end of the day. But their other teammates, the Satellite Racing GT, are well on track. Obviously made their last pit stop at the moment, and basically should be on track for that race win here today at Road America. So as long as they keep it nice and clean and stay incident free, they should be home and dry.
Yeah, a really big lead right now in LMP2. At 92 up to a 38-second lead, which is a lot. It's a lot of time, and we're really seeing him run away with it here. And then Tempest Sim Sport CMS as well in that number 45 has a 33-second lead now, but of course they still need to pit. As of now, that team occupying the top spot in both classes. Of course, they still have their work cut out for them in GT3 once they pit, and will probably rejoin somewhere near Satellite Racing GT, who seems to be on top overall once pit stop cycles are done. That being said, you never know what can happen. Satellite Racing GT, they lost the lead before in the last lap, but that being said, they really just need the championship at this point, and to do that, they really just need to beat a 2-Pi Racing team in third position right now. So things pretty calm and settled in regards to the championship, at least in that fight for first in both classes. Seeing if any battles out on tracks. We ride on board with Brian Blanket, the number 40. He's working on that Can-Am Racing 2 car. That team Break Fade has struggled a lot. They had a damage. They had a few spins, but they're moving their way up into looks like maybe P7 if they can get by this Can-Am Racing 2 car, driven by David Slee. So David Slee and Brian Blanket right now fighting for that P7 spot. Probably one of your closest battles out on track right now. We'll see if Brian Blanket can make anything happen, taking a bit more of a tighter line into carousel. Both these drivers managing tire wear and fuel saving really well over the course of this 3-hour race. And you can see here, it's a really good view of how strong the draft is in the GT3 cars. As we can see, number 40 was really not anywhere close. But by the end of the braking zone, he's right up there. So it shows that at a track like Road America, draft can make quite the difference in racing and in passes. So you can see that's LMP2 going by them both. But we'll see. 38 got tripped up. Looked like Davis Lee got tripped up a bit there by that LMP2 on exit. So that's a really good opportunity for Brian Blanket to get by the inside there. Not a whole lot of resistance from Sleed there, so that's the number 40 up into P7. Team Break Fade making a recovery there. Hit a cone, it looks like. It's a uncomfortable place to hit a cone. I've lost a race there before doing that, but they're up into P7 now and looking to make their way forward. As I don't think that Can-Am Racing 2 is anywhere to make another pass back into 5, but that's a pass up to P7 for Team Break Fade, so nice recovery from them. I think they're running pretty well on pace as of now, and moving their way forward into the top 7 now. Trying to see if there's any more battles out on track, but it's pretty spread out now. This is the point of the race where things are pretty settled, unless things go wrong. I'm sure drivers are thinking about fuel, especially after their final time into the pits. They're probably thinking about making the most out of fuel. Of course, it seems like things are all settled down at the end, but since so many teams and drivers cut it so close with fuel to just make the car as light as possible and minimize time in the pits, that final stint is really all about making sure you make it to the end with fuel, as we see our leader, Tempest Simsport, in the pit lane now. And we'll start to see that fuel saving and all of that after this final stint that these drivers are going through now, as our race leader, Tempest Simsport CMS, driven by Ray Quaderos, as well as Juan Valero in that number 13 Obsidian Racing car, both head into the pits. Obsidian Racing coming out now. I believe they'll rejoin in P3, and good recovery from them to get up back into the top 3. Of course, they had a terrible start with a lot of bad luck and issues there, but a great recovery by that team to get back up into a contending spot as the number 92 comes out of the pits now. Tempest Simsport, and I believe they rejoin. Are they still in the lead? Yeah, it's such a comfortable lead that they're just rejoining the lead. That must feel nice for them, as Tempest Simsport, RD Simsport, and then We Too Fast Racing round out your top 3 in LMP2. GT3 seems to be pretty calm as well. a lot of drivers gone through their final pit stop, but teams like Tempest Sim Sport, I believe, still yet to pit. We'll see where they rejoin there. That Lamborghini really extending their final stint, and really seeing how early Satellite Racing GT came into the pits. It's interesting to see that they pitted so early, and it's not just Tempest Sim Sport still out. It's Sim Racing PR Blue in that 21, and then 2Pi Racing, the rival for that championship lead, in the number 75, all still out on track. Yeah, and I believe that Satellite Racing GT there, they must be their final pit stop if they're still set to win this race. But a really early pit stop by them, and we'll see where things settle out once the top 3 pit, and we'll see if Satellite Racing is able to take that lead back, and how much Tempest Simsport, CMS, and Evo Costa will be able to give them a run for their money for that lead in this final round.
Yes, definitely it is. Just a quick shout out to one of the other sponsors of this series, SimRacing247.com. SimRacing247.com is a proud sponsor and supporter of great racing communities such as Champion Motorsports. SimRacing247.com covers many interesting factors in the sim racing community where everyone is welcome. Our support shines through from the grassroots right through to the top tier races in the sim racing genre. Head over to simracing247.com for more information. But currently into the last half an hour of this very last 3-hour race here, and as Dylan said, it's pretty much calmed down. There's no real massive battles out on track. You can see there the pit stop strategies of the different cars. We've got Sorensen currently in 6th for TSE, the Coney Racing, just splitting up a little bit, coming in on lap 7th along with I think that's Matic Motorsport Orange trying to follow suit there, but very difference in, you look at the 10th there with Satellite Racing, the second stop is relatively short really, from 26 to 38, and then Murphy the 11th, 14 that is.
If they're just taking the amount of fuel they need maybe and not taking tires, then that could explain a short stop.
Yeah, but it's the distance you would expect it to be. I think it's around about 19 laps, I think, or 26 laps, isn't it? And then them 2 stops there, really, there's quite a few drivers that have actually done that. So very different in pit stop strategies across the LMP2 drivers. Sorry, that's the GT3 drivers we're looking at there. So very different strategies throughout this race from the different teams, some following on, some doing the conventional. Certainly the top 3 there, very much conventional, just running the fuel out and coming in as and when needed. But further down the field, we've got very much different strategies going on throughout there. But it's good to see that the teams are mixing it up and not all doing the same strategies, just to try something different. It's the last race of the season. You've pretty much got nothing to lose on there. But yeah, so the last 25 of this season of the endurance series here, and as far as I'm concerned, Dylan, it's been a roaring success. I've loved commentating on these races. Always been super clean. Guys have been really respectful for each other, and it's very unusual to see cars not finishing the race.
Yeah, it's definitely been an impressive series. This is the type of things that I'd say even better than you see at the official races on iRacing, where you have iRating to make finishing so important. But for a league, for like a league series, this has been very professionally run. Everyone seems to finish the race, which is incredible to see. Very rarely, if ever, do you see league races, endurance races, where every driver makes such an effort to finish, and for everyone to practice and put on their best performance. And not only how professional and how competitive it is, but also the varying level of skill. There's you can really do this at any level. It seems like you have the leaders, the Tempest Simsport and Satellite Racing, that just very professional and just clearly know what they're doing, and race after race are consistent and put it together. And then you have some newer teams with drivers who maybe are less experienced but want to make their impression on endurance sim racing, who are able to come do this league. And it's definitely been an exciting and but not only exciting but also a professional and a respectful league. And you've seen drivers all put in their best effort, race cleanly and smart, and it really almost looks like what you'd see at a real life endurance race, and a lot of effort gone through by not just the CMS crew that put this together, and also the drivers for putting in their best effort round after round.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just trying to see if Dave would join us, but I know he's a very humble man and won't take the praise very well. You know, I mean, it takes all sorts to make a league like this happen. You know, from the live stewards to the admin staff to the organisers to the sponsors. You know, without the sponsors, these sort of series would never sort of happen out on there. For you know, it's a great community to be in and to give something back to the iRacing community. From what we spend all our hard-earned cash on with super duper rigs, you know, it's always great that they give back and able to give some really good prizes to entice these drivers to come along into the championship to drive in there. So you know, if Dave doesn't come in, it's just a big shout out from us here at Apex. You know, thanks for letting us be part of this and commentate on it. It's been a privilege. And you know, I hope that in the future, which I'm pretty sure it will be, is a very staple series within the CMS community, and it just grows bigger and better each time they go in. Because I mean, I don't think there's been a better advert, Dylan, than what we've seen in the last 6 races.
Yeah, it's been really nice, race after race, and each track we go to, we see something different. That this series also doing a really good job of putting together just a very different set of tracks. You'll be at a bumpy track like Sebring one time, or a technical track like Phillip Island, and then you'll be at a track like Road America that's all about momentum. So you really bring the best out of the drivers in each and every round, and it does a great job of bringing a nice diverse set of tracks and racing conditions for these drivers.
Yeah, it certainly does. So we're just ticking into 22 minutes left here at Road America. Pretty much stable out, as you can see on the timing tab. There's no real close battles going out on track. Probably the closest one is between 7th and 8th. Can-Am Racing 2 about 3 seconds behind at the moment. Oh, as we watch Brian take a little bit of a detour there. That last corner seems to have caught him out a few times as we watch Sim Racing PR Blue come in for the pit stop that they owe us. Still quite a few drivers out there in the GT class still owing us a pit stop. So we've got Tempest Sim Sports CMS, Tupac Racing and SR Technics CMS, and then all the way down from 7th downwards, 7th, 8th and 9th, that need to give us a pit stop back. So GT3 is not quite finished with their pit stops, just going to be a little splash and dash for the last 20 minutes. But this is where you can actually get it slightly wrong, I suppose, and get it in. But Dylan, speaking of the devil, we've got Dave Anderson, who's crept into the interview room, and let's drag him in for a quick chat. Hi Dave, welcome to the commentary box, mate. How's it been for you?
Hey, I'm good, Andy. Can you hear me clearly?
You can indeed.
Yeah, it's been good. I've got a little time in the car today. As you know, I drive a little here with one of the teams, Lone Star Endurance. We're plugging along is the best way to say it. We're not in last place. I'll say it that way.
No, you're not. You're not, and you're in front of your main rivals, the Penguin RC Complex in
Exactly. We're in front of those guys.
You know, you're winning the battle there between them, so that's good. I think you won last time out as well. So, what's it overall? Are you keeping tallies?
Yeah, you know, overall, I think we came in today with a shot at 10th place in points, which would have been a win for us. And, you know, you never know what may happen. The guys who are really racing for that position are Can-Am Racing 2. They are about 2 or 3 points behind us. I think they're in 12th in the points right now. And Team Breakfade are the guys maybe 2 points ahead of us. But both of them right now are ahead of us on the track. So,
yeah. But no, I mean, at the end of the day, I suppose you just got in the car for a bit of a driving experience around here with your team, your merry bunch of drivers out on track. We were saying earlier on, about this series. This is the second time I believe that this series has run in CMS. Is that right?
Yeah, so we started in 2021, and then this is year 2, 2022, and this is kind of a flagship series that we use to promote the community and kind of a marketing tool. So it runs kind of from the January to April timeframe, and we have every intention to bring it back next year.
And so you should, because it's been outstanding. I don't know if you caught what me and Dylan was saying about the series, but no, it's been a privilege to be a part of the journey. I've had the fortunate experience to commentate on quite a few of them. I think I've commentated on every one. I think so. Thanks from me. It's been a great series and very clean. The drivers have got a lot of respect for each other. We saw the terrible incident that took out Alex Garland's Satellite Racing LMP2 car, but like I was saying, the Triple R racing team would not have meant that in a million years, and probably feel worse than Satellite Racing for doing it. But overall, I mean, it's been an exceptionally clean series. Some really good racing out on track, and I suppose that's all you can ask. Cool.
Yeah, and so first and foremost, guys, thanks for being a part of this. I think we've been just ecstatic with your help and the partnership here with Apex, and certainly want to get with Lee and the team there at Apex to see about continuing this into year 3 after we take our little break here. But I think the second part of that, Andy, is I think that's what we pride ourselves on here at CMS, is that we are first and foremost a phenomenal community, and the camaraderie here is strong. And things happen. I saw the incident myself and was just terrified to see it and heartbroken over it at the same time. But we always know without a shadow of a doubt that, if those things happen, that it's nothing malicious here, and we've just got such a great group of people. Mistakes and accidents happen when you're driving cars, either virtually or for real, and that's kind of what happened there.
Yeah, definitely is. A bit of an unfortunate incident, but I mean, overall, it's been a really good race to end on. Overall, pretty much there's no battles out on track at the moment, so it's almost like a possession lap, really, barring any incidents that could go on to wrap up the championships, really, in the LMP2 and GT3. So if you want to give a shout out to your sponsors, Dave, and just tell us a little bit more about yourselves and how people can get involved with you.
Yeah, so let me start by thanking the sponsors. We had, of course, our title sponsor, Penguin RC Simulation, Brian Sohn and his team. This is the second year that they've sponsored the series. They're fantastic. Christian Ost is along with Brian in that car that you see for Complex SimWorks. So Complex SimWorks has been huge as well. Simrace247.com. We love the team there. They do a lot of great news reporting on sim racing genre as a whole. So a plug for them. If you haven't checked out simracing247.com, please do. And then last but not least, the folks at Grid Finder. So Ted and his team there at grid-finder.com. We have all of our series there, and a lot of people find us through Grid Finder. So that's the first thing. If I can, I'll give another little plug for CMS, Andy, if I've got the moment.
You sure can, mate.
So, with CMS, I think the main thing to know about us is there's, I want to say, about 2,500 members. We've been around since 1999. And so we're one of, if not one of the most mature, longest sim racing communities on the planet. We have racing at CMS every night of the week in all the disciplines. So just to kind of give you an idea, Sunday nights we have an Assetto Corsa League. Monday nights we have Assetto Corsa Competition. We run R Factor on Tuesdays and Thursdays. We run iRacing on Wednesdays. We've got AMS2, Automobilista 2 on Friday nights. And then we have just a ton of endurance racing that happens on the weekends. Either like this series that you're seeing, or we also have teams of members from CMS who compete in other leagues. So as an example, yesterday we brought home 2 podium finishes in the VSCA Sports Car Championship on iRacing and in the iRacing Endurance Series for VLN at Nordschleife. So we would love anybody out there that maybe catches the broadcast to come join us. We welcome all skill levels, and there's always somebody to race with here.
Definitely. Just one question, Dave. Are you married?
I am married, and I have a very patient and supportive, lovely wife, Anne.
Yeah, you certainly must have racing every day of the week. Definitely. So a big shout out there to Anne, I think you said her name was. So
Yep.
big shout out to Anne, for putting up with Dave and all his iRacing escapades. So big shout out there. So thanks for joining us, Dave, and thanks for putting this series on again. It should be a good finish to the end of the series, and look forward to joining forces again in the near future, mate.
Yeah, and I'll ask you guys before I go. You're probably on top of it a little more than I am, but I'm thinking it looks like maybe Satellite Racing, despite their issue, probably has enough to hang on for the championship in prototype. Is that what you're understanding as well?
So they are 28 points ahead at the start of the race. Where it currently is now, obviously, Temper Sim Sport.
They can finish 10th and still get the championship. The points for 10th would be enough.
Is it 10th overall in class, or is it by overall finishing position, Dave?
It's in class. Yeah, the class points. Yeah.
Yeah, so as long as they score the points for 10th, then they should have it solo, which is, I suppose, only fitting considering what happened there. It would have been a bit of a bitter pill to swallow if that wasn't the case. But
yeah, because I'm looking here. It looks like the Tempest guys are doing their job and leading the race. And had the 2 cars behind Satellite not fallen out, they may have had a bigger, closer. So it's going to look interesting on paper.
It certainly is. But no, thanks for joining us, Dave. Enjoy the last 13 minutes of this race, and look forward to working with you again in the near future.
Absolutely, guys. Consider it done, and thanks again for all your hard work, and we will talk soon, and I'll enjoy the sunset here at beautiful Road America.
You do that.
All right, take care.
There was Dave, the organizer for the series overall. We do have somebody for you, Dylan. Neil, who is a driver in car number 25, the RD Sim Sports. I was wondering if you want to have a quick chat for him before the last couple of laps of the race.
Let's bring him in. Just looking for the number 25. That is RD Sim Sport. RD Sim Sport number 25, LMP2. We have Neil Ferrier from RD Sim Sport. You with us, Neil?
Yeah, I can hear you, boys.
All right, Neil. So you guys hit P5 right now in LMP2, and how's the race going for you guys so far? Is everything going according to plan? I know you guys started P5, sit P5. Seems pretty uneventful, like no real issues. But how about you guys walk us through your race?
To be fair, the qualifying was okay. I think my last lap would have been a wee bit faster, which probably would have put us ahead of our teammates. So yeah, that was pretty disappointing. I had a big lock up into T2, so I was like, well, that's that gone. So just had to get back to the pit lane, and then the start of the race, it was a bit of a brain fade moment for me. A car gone off in front of me, was watching where he was going instead of watching where I was going. And unfortunately, I think I've got a couple of other guys as I spun back across the track. So I do apologise to anyone that got caught up in it. Totally my mistake. I tried to hold the brakes as long as I could without wrecking the tyres as well. So, but yeah, I'm pretty happy with the recovery, to be fair.
Yeah, well, it happens. It's racing, right? But you guys are running P5 right now, which is it's all right, right? It sounds like you had a rough qualifying, but yeah, then right, considering you had an issue, you're back up to P5. That's pretty good, right? Is anyone like your team wants to thank or anything like that for how the season's gone for you guys? I know you guys didn't do I don't think you guys did the full season, but had a few good rounds. So anyone you guys want to thank?
Yeah, I just want to thank Rob and the guys at RD Simsport for putting this together. Unfortunately, I'm new to the team, so this is my debut for the team in this series. It's the first time I've raced this, so enjoyed that. And thanks to everybody else in the team. Josh, Archie, and oh, I forgot the other guy's name. What's his name? Oh, I forgot. Little Harry, as we call him in the team. He done a mega stunt. He's his debut for the team as well, so he's done mega on that. And yeah, just everybody at RD Simsport for the support. And
Great. That's Neil Ferrier from RD Racing Simsport. Thanks for coming in, and good luck to you guys for the last 4 minutes of this race.
cheers, buddy, and thanks for putting the stream on.
Cheers, Neil.
Cheers.
So there was Neil there. Currently sat in 5th point with RD Simsport, so overall not too bad. And it's always great when you get the new guys coming into the championship. It promotes new blood into what is a great league to be in. So it keeps the leagues alive, getting that sort of people in who, and as long as they enjoy the experience as well. But currently down to the last 9 minutes of this race here. At Road America, the final race of this endurance series, and yeah, it's pretty. There's not a lot of battling out on track. I think the closest one is, as you say, that it switches to it, is the Sim HQ Motorsport White and the Sim Republic team for 9th and 10th overall in class. So we'll stick with this one for a bit. Might give us a little bit of entertainment on the closing stages, but. If you've just joined us and wondering what happened to Satellite Racing LMP2, unfortunately they got involved, caught up in an incident in turn 1 after leading the race, and unfortunately had to tow back to the pits. Looks like they used their fast repair, so unfortunately have had to repair the car, but they are currently 28 points ahead in the LMP2 standings, so as long as they score the points for 10th, they should still secure the championship overall. Behind them, you got the Tempest Simsport guys, CMS, who will not take, they will win this race, but they won't. I'm just having a look myself. Yes, they will. They will take 2nd place overall in the championship, and this has been a great outing for them guys. They won 3 races before this, looking like a 4th at the moment, so 4 out of 6 for them has been a great result. They did miss the first race at Daytona if they were here for that, or as we see Sim Republic SR2 taking a little bit of an off-road track there, coming around Canada corner. Then that would be, and as if by magic there we see the We2 Fast Racing, who are currently in 3rd place in this race and will secure 3rd place overall in the LMP2 class if they can keep the position that they are in at the moment. And 4th place is Obsidian Racing Future, who will secure 4th place overall. So, you know, overall it's been a great day's racing, and all the top players are at the top of the standings of the LMP2s. Dylan, do you want to give us a quick run?
Yeah, going through GT3, and I'll go down the order here, but I'm just looking, and I would have thought that Tempest Simsport CMS would have pitted right now. I don't think they have. They're still out on track. Oh, they did pit. All right, so anyways, our leader right now, Tempest Simsport CMS on the number 35, driven by Ivo Costa, sits P1 right now by about 22 seconds, but I do think they still have to pit. And our championship battle, 2nd and 3rd right now, of course, again, a little close there with an LMP2. 2Pi Racing Team mid-pack, 2nd in points right now, 3 points behind as far as the championship standings, and also 2nd on track is a little off-roading by We2 Fast Racing. But back to GT3, TPR Team mid-pack, that 75, sits 2nd on track, driven by Jose Correa right now. And then P3, Satellite Racing GT, your current championship leader, sits P3 right now, in the number 68, driven by Mateus Drozda. They're your provisional champion in GT3. We'll see how things unfold. I'm pretty sure the top 2 still need to pick, as Satellite Racing GT had a pretty comfortable lead, so I'm wondering how that will unfold. That being said, there's still 5 minutes left. There's only 5 minutes left in this race. But that's your top 3 in GT3. P4 Sim Racing PR Blue, driven by Edison Hernandez in the number 21. Those guys started, I believe they started like 7th, and they're up to 4th right now, so good run for them. And then VG Racing Esports Academy in the 43, driven by Frederick Sorensen. They sit P5 right now, and that rounds out your top 5 in GT3, as we have about 4 minutes left, and I'm interested to see what happens with that top 3 in GT3. We ride on board with Jeff Murphy in the 115, part of that Sim Racing Republic SR2 GT3 team, having a bit of a battle with the number 78 Lone Star Endurance 1. We just had one of their drivers and the one who put together this CMS league, Dave, with us, and it's nice to see that team getting to compete in their own series and get the most out of it. So glad to see that being able to happen as they make a pass and move up to P11, so they're moving up. Good for them. It's nice to see a battle even further back in the field. So ride on board with 2Pi Racing mid-pack, a team we haven't talked about much, I feel like, but it's done well to get up in that top 2 and avoid issues. Riding on board with Satellite Racing GT, sits P3 right now and under pressure for that 3rd spot by Sim Racing PR Blue. That's Mateus Drozda and Edison Hernandez. Seems to be saving fuel, maybe, possibly. They had a fuel issue last time at Sebring, and this could really be tricky for them if the positions stay as they are now. I would have thought that that number 45 Tempest Simsport would have pitted, but they haven't. And if that's the case, if Satellite Racing GT gets passed, then
yeah, I think they did.
They did pit already, so they're your leader now. So looking at the standings, if they cannot hold on to that P3, if Satellite Racing can't hold on to P3, then they will probably lose the championship at this point to TPRT Midpack. So this spot, I know it's for P3, but really important for the championship for Satellite Racing GT. We'll see if they can get by that number 21, and they'll need to get by that 21 Sim Racing PR team if they want to clinch that championship. This final battle coming down to the championship for GT3. We see Satellite Racing GT going to the outside, maybe going for an over-under, just trying to stay with that Sim Racing PR Blue car. We'll see what happens there. But very, very important pass that Mateus Drozda will have to make if they want to clinch that GT3 title over a 2Pi Racing team mid-pack. Team that's been incredibly consistent, but seems to have lost time in the end in strategy, because they were up battling for the lead and had taken that pass away from Tempest Simsport CMS in that 45 for the lead, but now are struggling a bit down in that 4th place spot. And they need at least 3rd place if the standings are the way they are for the championship to be theirs. So looking really tough for them as Sim Racing PR Blue, Edison Hernandez seems to pull away. So that might just be enough, correct me if I'm wrong, for a 2Pi Racing team to take that GT3 championship unless things go differently. A really late and unexpected sort of switch of the championship lead there with just a different strategy. So a team that we really have not talked about a whole lot could end up taking the championship lead away from 2Pi Racing team in the final 2 minutes of this race, which is incredible to think about. If Andy, you have any thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, I'm just looking at the timing tars. So 2Pi Racing basically last pitted on lap number 57. We're currently on lap 85, so that's 28 laps that these guys have done. The normal stints were around about 26 laps. I mean, yeah, it's just tipped over to the 3 hours now, so it all depends on if there's an extra lap. So there could be another sting in this tail of this championship. It's whether Jose Correa has enough fuel. As you can see, like he's coasting, he's trying to save. He's literally gonna be milliliters of fuel left at the end of this race. He's only done 2 pit stops the whole entire race. I mean, if they can win it from here, it'd be a great result from just doing 2 pit stops in a 3-hour race. I mean, it's gonna be close. I mean, you can see the drivers behind as well catching up now. It was 6.8 seconds. It's now down to 4.9. So it's going to be extremely close. I'm not sure where the first place. There is first place really on the Temple Simsport on the LMP, as you can hear it. I think going to be extremely close on fuel. So he's just ahead. But this must be the last lap. He's probably saving it to get him to overtake him. I mean, this is going to be extremely close. I mean, 4.3 at the moment. Like you said, Satellite Racing.
Yeah, just a lot closer on fuel, and that's wow, cutting it so close with fuel. You can see he's just crawling, almost trying to get to the end with whatever little bit of fuel is left in that tank, going for that unorthodox strategy, just getting the most out of fuel. And I think that they're gonna get it. I think 2Pi Racing's gonna make it to the end. See, you see a celebration from Ray Caderos there, some tires swerving there, but if we could get back to 2Pi Racing, see he does cross the line. He just made it, which is incredible for that team to clinch the championship like that off of fuel saving, off of the final round by I believe 1 point. It's a 1 point difference between Satellite Racing GT and your champions in GT3, 2Pi Racing team mid-pack. So just incredible strategy to the absolute nail for that team to get that championship off of just a final pit stop cycle and just a little bit of fuel. And I'm sure that team's celebrating there off of what could have very well been not their championship, but will end up being a championship for that 2Pi Racing team to take that P1 spot. So very, very good job from them.
Wow, I didn't see that coming. Do you know what I mean? It was, you know, we pretty much thought it was done and dusted. But like we always say in the endurance series, it's never over till it's over. And you know, 2Pac Racing, their mid-pack team, I mean, done a sterling job. 2 pit stops only. He must have had like less than a litre left at the end of that. He was right at the end of the limit of where it was. I mean, the team just. I mean, the strategist there needs that gold medal around his neck, because, you know, to not do that 3rd pit and manage to get over the line, it's a stroke of genius. I mean, Satellite Racing probably kicking themselves, but unfortunately got passed by Sim Racing PR Blue. But yeah, with that result there, 2Pi Racing team mid-pack do clinch the GT3 championship by 1 point over Satellite Racing GT. I mean, before that.
Yeah, it's incredible to think about how close it has come at the very end of this race. These drivers both these teams just biding their time, and you could see the amount of time that 2Pi Racing team was out on track with fuel without pitting. That the amount of time they saved just from cutting pit stops and cutting it so close is just crazy to think about. Going to LMP2, you have your champion also finishing last place. Kind of interesting to think about. Satellite Racing, LMP2, that 67 car. They must be happy. Well, sort of bittersweet. Lost the win, won the championship, and I'm sure they are happy overall with their performance, because regardless of the luck they've had, they brought it home, and that's all that really matters, right? So good job for them in LMP2. Then you have Tempest Simsport CMS with the win, and they also moved up to
second.
They moved up to second in the points. So that's your second in LMP2, and then third, I believe, is We Too Fast Racing, who's been really consistent. Had some issues at the start. They were weaving by lap cars pretty well. Minimal issues for them, and they finish P3 and LMP2 championship. As we see so much celebrating from these drivers at the end of this championship. It just shows what a great community of drivers have come together with this CMS group, and I'm sure they're all happy to have been a part of it.
They certainly are. And just a shout out to our last sponsor here before we go through the final positions. Complex Simworks. if you're looking for high quality and affordable 3D printing sim racing accessories to take your sim racing experience to the next level, check out Complex Simworks. They have a range of 3D printed accessories and digital items that will add the last touch to your immersion. They also offer 3D printing and custom design solutions for whatever your needs are. So visit the store at www.complex-simworks.com. Shift into high gear with Complex Simworks. So that is it. The race here at Road America has finally finished, and wow, I mean, that GT3 championship, I didn't see that one coming, but a great drive there from TPRT Midpacks, who gained that second place and overall has gained the championship. So congratulations to them. But quickly go through the finishing positions in this race. So in LMP, we had the Tempest SimSport CMS as the winners. RD SimSport 2 taking a well-deserved second place. We2 Fast Racing in third. Obsidian Racing Future in fourth. RD SimSports in fifth. TSE DeConey Racing in sixth place. Craft Dinner Racing seventh. Pneumatic Motorsport Orange in eighth. In ninth. In 10th place, we had Satellite Racing LMP2. 11th place, Tuxedo Racing, and in 12th place, Pneumatic Motorsports Blue.
So, running through the GT3 final results, we have Tempest SimSport CMS ending off with the win here in that 45. Great run for them and that Tempest SimSport CMS team. They have clinched both classes in spectacular fashion, so I'm sure they're very happy with the result. And then in P2, 2Pi Racing Team Midpack, your GT3 CMS champions, and that number 75 down to the very end with fuel. They sit P2. Number 3, Sim Racing PR Blue, in that number 21. P4, second in the championship. Good run to them. Satellite Racing GT in that number 68. Incredibly consistent all season long. Number 5, VG Racing Esports Academy in the number 43. Number 6, SR Technics CMS in the 222. Number 7, Team Breakfade in the number 40. Number 8, Can-Am Racing 2 in the 38. Number 9, Sim Republic. Number P10, Sim HQ Motorsports White. P11, Lone Star Endurance 1. P12, Sim Republic SR2. P13, Triple R Racing. And then P4, Penguin RC Complex Sim Sports.
That's our full grid line out there for both LMP2 and GT3 here at the last round at Road America. So we do have a few drivers standing by, so let's pull in Harry Maynard, who is RD Sim Sports 2. So welcome to the box, Harry. How was that second place for you, mate?
It was pretty unexpected, to be fair. I mean, sort of in the preparation of the race, we were lacking a little bit of pace, so we weren't expecting much, but then I think we qualified fourth or something. We just kind of kept at it, was second for most of the race, and then I think crash happened at the end with somebody else, so was happy.
Well, I mean, it was a bit of a traumatic first couple of laps really in the LMP2 class. You literally got split up. I believe you managed to not get caught up in it, so which also helped. Was you aware of the incidents that were going on around you?
Yeah. I think I got a bit of a poor launch, went down to fifth, and then I think somebody spun on the exit of turn 2. Neil let me through sort of turn 3, and then I think there was another crash like coming down the hill. But I was just trying to keep my head down.
I mean, how's the season in its entirety for you? Where are your expectations lying, and how do you feel that you've met them expectations?
I actually haven't done the full season. That was just kind of doing this as a one-off race. It was actually my first race with RD, so I was just trying to make a good impression and maybe see what maybe look at doing it next season.
Definitely. I mean, it's always great to have new people in, and obviously being your first race, a good experience of it. But it's certainly it seems very clean out there in a lot of respect to the drivers.
I I'm not sure. I think a few other people had a bit of a different opinion, but I think from my point of view, it's just just try and do the job at hand and deliver a solid podium.
Which you certainly did here in the last race around Road America. Is there anybody you'd like to give a shout out to before we let you go, mate?
Yeah, definitely Rob, the owner of RD, just for kind of welcoming me into the team, giving me the chance to race and to prove myself. Also, a big thank you to Champion Motorsports, because it was a really well organised event. Just to all the racers as well, like, well done, and to Josh Wiggins for being a brilliant teammate.
That's great. Congratulations on your second place. So
Yes.
well done, and look forward to seeing you next season.
Thank you.
So there was Harry there from RD Sim Sports 2. Dylan, is there anybody you'd like to have a chat with? I think Dave Williams.
Let's bring in Dave Williams Sr. I'm trying to find his team and class, but let's hear what he has to say.
I think he. Hi, Dave. Welcome to it. I think you did
Welcome,
say.
Dave.
You have to say your team again, Dave. I'm sorry, I completely forgot. You there, Dave?
Why don't we try? We'll try someone else. We'll get back to Dave. Unless he's there. All right, let's bring in. How about Harry Maynard here? He's next up.
We've just obviously. Yeah, let's bring Miguel in of Sim
All right.
PR.
Oh, we did just do him.
Yeah, third place in GT3.
All right, so Miguel Cullen, so third place in GT3. Walk us through your race. How was it for you? And you happy with how things turned out and just overall this season? Are you happy with how it's been?
Yeah, actually, I think we finished third place in the championship, so that's a very good performance after a couple bad races at the beginning of the season. The race today, it was we started with the fuel saving strategy at the beginning, then we changed it because we knew that we were going to be kind of short for maybe 1 lap, 2 laps. So we decided to pit earlier and then just go for it to try to hunt the guys back again.
Yeah, it's very close, right? That battle for second in the championship, like, let's see, you were third. I guess that battle for third in the championship, but glad you were able to get that battle for that third place spot in the championship. Glad things went well for you. You guys were pretty consistent over the course of the race. Is there anyone you guys would like to thank, or any other thoughts you had about this race?
Just want to say thank you to the Sim Racing PR group that make us possible to keep running as a team. Also want to congratulate the 2 iRacing team, because I think with the pass that we did, they won the championship by 1 point, I believe. So they used to race with us in other different leagues, so it's good for them. They got the championship. That's the case.
That's great. Thank you, Miguel. It's glad to have you a part of this series, and good job to you guys at Sim Racing PR Blue.
So we've got the 2 champions in. Wait, and we'll try with Dave Williams Sr., who is Satellite Racing LMP 2K. Dave, can you hear us, mate? Dave, can you hear us? I guess not. So a few technical difficulties there, so we'll see if we can get Dave in again and chat. But we do have Jose Carrera, who I'll give in to yourself, Dylan, who is the a racer from the 2Pi Racing team. So I'll let you have a chat with them and find out how they did that amazing strategy.
All right, Jose Correa, what an interesting final round. I mean, coming down to the absolute end with fuel and making that work off of strategy. I can only imagine what's going through your team's heads about that strategy and just making it work by 1 point at the very end of the race. Can you walk us through what you're thinking and what the team, how the team came up with that strategy and how you guys made it work for you like that?
Yeah, of course. So we felt like we didn't have the raw pace to compete with Satellite, and the other championship contender teams. So we kind of focused on being 100% on strategy. So basically reducing one pit, just doing, 1 every hour. And then we started seeing that midway through the second stint, our left side tires were kind of going off. And then my teammate, who actually drove 2 stints, he said, what if we just take a gamble and only change 2 wheels, 2 tires? And we did. And that's what helped us.
That's
Because, yeah, we only won by like 5 seconds to the second place. So
yeah, it was very close, and saving time in the pits seemed to have done you guys very well. I mean, I guess if you don't need to take new tires, might as well just stay out, try something different, and compensate for maybe a little lack of pace to satellite racing. But it definitely worked for you guys, and I'm sure you guys are totally happy with that. Is there anyone you guys would like to thank for this series and how you guys have pulled it together at 2Pi Racing Team?
yes, for sure. So first and foremost, CMS, they put together something very, very good. We've enjoyed every single race that we could race here. Obviously, you guys in Apex, but all the interviews and everything during race. And kind of we have to thank Miguel and the guys from Team PR, just because we needed them to pass satellite racing for us to win the championship. So I think that pass came right at the end, so that kind of put us on the map too.
Yeah, it's that pass definitely helped you guys out a lot. And there you have it, your GT3 champion, Jose Carrera for 2Pi Racing Team mid-pack, driving with, trying to find your teammate, with Jose Ramirez.
Yep.
Jose Ramirez and Jose Carrera, your GT3 champions with 2Pi Racing Team mid-pack. Good job, Jose.
Thank you.
Passing it over to Andy, you can pick our next person to bring in.
Let's go with the Tempest team and Rui. Welcome, Rui, to the interview room. Are you there, mate?
Oh, good evening.
So, I mean, I just want to have a look at your season in total. 4 out of 6 wins. Obviously, didn't come into the first round. You missed the first round. I mean, you've got to be over the moon with a second place overall in the standings.
Well, we knew when we entered the championship that with this kind of classification points that was in the championship, it would be very difficult to go for the P1. But yeah, we tried to win all the races. We missed it in Sebring because some incidents and some bad luck. We couldn't win that race. But overall, I think we show our strength as a team, and yeah, 4 wins in 5. I think it's something that any team should be proud of.
I mean, 100%. I mean, you were on fire there. I mean, it was a bit unfortunate what happened to satellite racing during this race, but I mean, like we say with endurance races, you never know till the end of where it was. I mean, if we take Sebring for yourself, I think you had 3 drive-through penalties. Through that race,
one of them really I don't want to talk about that incident. The first one, it's okay. I made a mistake. I accept that. On the second one, which we were passing for a third lap, another car. Nothing happened to that car. We spun, and when we rejoined, we hit another car. So we took a drive-through, but we took another drive-through for that incident in which the car which was involved, nothing happened to him. So I don't know. It was in my view, it was a bad misjudgment from the stewards, but overall, no problem on that. Of course, it would be a fun race today with Alex, because we could. They have some misfortune too. We could recover the gap, and I think it would be a really great fight until the end for the win in this race. But unfortunately, that GT couldn't saw it coming so fast. So yeah, bad luck for him, because I think it would be awesome to saw that fight.
Definitely. I mean, obviously, hopefully you're going to come back for season 3 and start from the beginning to show the speed. I mean, obviously, 4 out of the 5 races you've been in, you won tonight, and obviously Sebring, even with all the incidents that you did have, still managing to secure a top 5 finish in place. You know, just shows how quickly you guys are as a team. So congratulations on your
thank you.
place of all. Is there anyone you'd like to give a shout out to before we let you
Hope
go?
to see you soon. Yep, see ya.
Okay, guess not then. Okay.
All right.
I think I don't know who's Diogo Souza. Really want to try to get satellite racing in. Should we try Dave for one last time?
Sure.
Hi Dave, can you hear us now?
I think we've lost Dave.
I think we've lost Dave. That's unfortunate. And I don't think we have time for another interview here. So it's a bit unfortunate we didn't get to speak to our LMP2 champions. Luckily at the end there, but still managed to keep it in the realms for the race win. So it's bittersweet.
I'm sure they're busy celebrating their championship.
I'm sure they are.
Good run for them.
But no, I mean, that ends what has been an exceptional championship, the Championship Motorsports ITRS Team Endurance Series here after Season 2. So any final thoughts from yourself, Dylan?
I think it's been a great series. I mean, round after round, there's just been so much for to watch on the streaming end, and then for the racers, there's been just a lot of competition, I think, on both ends of it. If you're a driver in this series, there's always going to be someone for you to race with, from the most competitive to maybe some beginners. So in a very professional way, it's all been put together. And then from the streaming end, it's been great to watch and talk about this series, because there's been so much going on in every aspect, and there's a lot to talk about and a lot going on in this series at CMS. So I'm glad that they were able to put this together, and that there was such the amount of good competition and racing that we've had at CMS over these 6 rounds.
Definitely is. I mean, obviously this is the final round, so this is the end of Season 2. I believe there will be a Season 3 coming next year. So if you've enjoyed watching these races and fancy getting involved with anything else, head over to the Champion Motorsports webpage, where, as Dave said, they have a vast amount of things going on a daily basis, catering for all iRacing abilities. So big thank you for the sponsors for this series: Penguin RC Simulation, SimRacing247.com, GridFinder.com, and Complex Simworks. So, you know, bittersweet that we say goodbye. I've enjoyed doing most of the races here, and we really look forward to working again with CMS on next year's. But from myself, Andy Thompson, from Dylan Christie alongside me, and from Samuli Kumo in the production box, we end Season 2 here on a high, and congratulations to the winners in the both LMP and the GT Satellite Racing and 2-pack racing team for the GT3. So from myself, good night, and we see you soon. Good night.